There's a version of The Simpsons that most people have never seen. Not a lost episode, not a deleted scene buried on some DVD extra. The version I'm talking about has been right there in front of us since 1989, hiding inside every frame, every throwaway line, every background detail that drifted past while we were laughing at something else. The Simpsons is the longest-running scripted primetime television show in history. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. And somewhere inside all of that, quietly, consistently, almost patiently, the show has been building a picture of Springfield that is far darker and far stranger than the comedy on the surface ever let on. Tonight, we're going to follow that picture wherever it leads. We're going to move slowly through Springfield, section by section, detail by detail, and by the time we're done, you're going to see the show differently. You might see America a little differently too. Get comfortable. Let this wash over you. We're going to be here for a while. Section 1. The yellow-skinned Springfield's most visible secret. Start with what you see the moment you turn on any episode of The Simpsons. The skin? Every single person in Springfield is yellow. Not slightly tinted, not golden, not a warm sun-kissed amber. Yellow. The specific shade of a legal pad, a school bus, a highlighter marker. It covers everyone. From the main family at 742 Evergreen Terrace to the background pedestrians who barely have names. The postman is yellow, the school principal is yellow, the doctor is yellow, the police chief is yellow, the billionaire who owns the town is yellow. The congregation at the First Church of Springfield is yellow. Every face, every hand, every arm in the entire town of Springfield glows with the same uniform, impossible color. This is the most visible thing about The Simpsons. It's the first thing anyone notices. And because it's so obvious, because it's been there from the very first frame of the very first episode, most people stopped asking about it before they ever really started. It's just the art style, they say. It's Matt Groening's choice. It makes the show recognizable. It makes the characters pop on a television screen. All of that is true. Groening has said as much in interviews. The yellow skin was a deliberate production decision, designed to catch the eye of someone channel surfing, to make The Simpsons instantly identifiable at a glance. And it worked. The yellow family on the yellow couch became one of the most iconic images in the history of television. But there's something about the yellow that the art style explanation quietly glosses over. The explanation doesn't account for the fact that not everyone in the show is yellow. This is the detail that changes everything, and it's been sitting in plain sight for decades. When guest characters arrive in Springfield, real celebrities voicing themselves, or fictional outsiders who have come from somewhere else, they're drawn differently. Their proportions are closer to realistic human anatomy. Their eyes are smaller and more naturally placed. Their features have a kind of regularity that Springfield residents simply don't possess, and their skin is not yellow. Guest characters tend toward more natural skin tones. Pinks, browns, the full range of human pigmentation represented in a way that Springfield's permanent residents never are. The people who visit Springfield look like people. The people who live in Springfield look like something else. Think about what that means inside the logic of the show's own universe. The art style argument works perfectly well when you're thinking about the show, as a piece of animated television made by human beings with specific aesthetic goals. But the moment you step inside the fiction, the moment you ask what these visual differences would mean if Springfield were a real place, the yellow skin stops being a production choice and starts being a symptom. Something is different about the people who live in Springfield. Something that doesn't affect the visitors. Something that has affected everyone who has been there long enough to call it home. Now let's look more carefully at what the show itself has told us about Springfield's environment. The nuclear power plant owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns sits at the edge of town. It has been there for decades. It employs a significant portion of Springfield's working population. It provides the entire town's electrical power, and it has been leaking. The show doesn't hide this. In fact, it goes out of its way to establish the plant's catastrophic safety record with a specificity that goes well beyond what a simple background gag would require. 342 safety violations discovered during a single inspection. Radioactive waste deposited directly into waterways. Radioactive waste found on playground equipment used by children. Luminescent rats living in the plant's walls. Cracked cooling towers. Human skeletal remains in the basement that are never explained and never investigated. The water in Springfield flows through and around this facility. The air downwind of those cracked towers carries whatever the plant releases. And the people of Springfield have been drinking that water and breathing that air for their entire lives. So here's the question the yellow skin keeps quietly asking every single episode, in every single frame. What does decades of low-level radioactive contamination do to human skin pigmentation? The scientific answer is genuinely interesting. Radiation exposure can cause a range of dermatological effects. High-dose acute exposure causes the radiation burns and hair loss associated with radiation sickness. But chronic low-level exposure, the kind that would result from living for decades near a leaking reactor, drinking contaminated water, breathing contaminated air, produces more subtle and diffuse effects. Changes in melanin distribution, abnormalities in the way cells produce and express pigment. Over a long enough timeline, across multiple generations of people born and raised in a contaminated environment, you would expect to see exactly the kind of population-wide physical uniformity that Springfield displays. Everyone yellow. Not because of a shared genetic ancestry, not because of some benign quirk of this particular community, but because the same environmental stressor has been acting on their biology for so long that it has produced a consistent, observable mutation across the entire population. The yellow skin isn't an art style. The yellow skin is what contamination looks like when it's had 30 or 40 years to work. But the skin is only the beginning. Because once you start looking at Springfield's residents through the lens of environmental mutation, the list of anomalies grows very quickly. Consider the hands. Every Springfield resident has 4 fingers. Not 5, 4. This is a detail so constant and so universal across the show's entire run that most viewers have completely stopped registering it. 4 fingers on every hand in town, with one notable exception. God, when depicted in the show, has 5 fingers. The implication has been discussed in fan circles for years, but the biological angle is the one that lands hardest. Polydactyly extra fingers is a relatively common mutation associated with a range of genetic and developmental factors. But oligodactyly, the presence of fewer digits than expected, is typically associated with developmental disruption during fetal formation, environmental toxins, radiation exposure during pregnancy. The exact kind of intrauterine disruption you would expect from a mother who has been living near a leaking nuclear reactor. In every generation of Springfield-born residents, the children are born with 4 fingers. The visitors who come from outside have 5. The town's children are developing in a contaminated womb, in a contaminated town, and they are being born without their full complement of digits. And nobody in Springfield mentions it, because everyone in Springfield has 4 fingers, so to them it is simply what hands look like. The eyes are next. Springfield residents have an extraordinary eye morphology. The bulging, round, almost ping-pong ball quality of their eyes is another constant across every resident, every generation, every background character. Thyroid eye disease, also known as Graves' ophthalmopathy, causes exactly this kind of proptosis, the abnormal protrusion of the eyeballs. And thyroid dysfunction is one of the most well-documented effects of radioactive iodine exposure, which is among the first contaminants released in a nuclear leak. Fukushima, Chernobyl. Every major nuclear incident has been followed by increases in thyroid abnormalities in the surrounding population. Springfield's bulging eyes, viewed through this lens, look less like an animation shorthand and more like a town-wide thyroid event playing out in slow motion across 3.5 decades. The overbites. The skull shapes that don't quite match any standard of normal human craniofacial development. The hair, Homer's famous 5 o'clock shadow-shaped scalp fringe. Marge's impossible tower, Bart's immovable spikes, Lisa's star point crown. These are each individual, each character-specific, but they share a quality of biological impossibility. Hair that violates the laws of gravity, skulls that don't reflect standard developmental outcomes. These are the kinds of variations you might expect in a population where normal developmental processes have been disrupted at the cellular level. But perhaps the most unsettling piece of evidence for the mutation theory isn't found in the residents at all. It's found in the wildlife. Blinky the three-eyed fish was introduced in Season 2. He was caught in the river near the power plant. A Springfield gubernatorial candidate used Blinky as a campaign focal point, arguing that the fish was direct evidence of environmental contamination by Burns's facility. Burns was forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate its supposed safety. The town watched. The town shrugged. And then the town moved on. Nobody tested the water. Nobody conducted a follow-up environmental study. Nobody convened a commission or filed a federal complaint. A mutant fish with an extra eye was pulled from the local water supply, briefly became a political story, and then was quietly forgotten. But Blinky didn't go away just because Springfield stopped talking about him. He was always there, in that river, downstream from those cracked cooling towers. Him and whatever came after him. Whatever else was living and mutating in that water before it flowed into the reservoirs that supplied the tap water that every Springfield resident drank every single morning. The fish have 3 eyes. The residents have 4 fingers and yellow skin and bulging thyroid eyes. The pets share the same morphological abnormalities as their owners. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family greyhound, has the same round protruding eyes as the humans around him. The contamination doesn't discriminate. It works on every biological system it touches, warping whatever it finds toward the same impossible Springfield normal. And Mr. Burns knows. This is the part that elevates the yellow skin from passive background detail to active horror. Burns is not oblivious to what his plant is doing. Burns is not some negligent industrialist who simply failed to notice the consequences of his facility's operation. Burns is a man who has been managing his own radiation exposure for decades through a precise weekly medical regimen that keeps him alive precisely because he understands, better than anyone in Springfield, exactly what radiation does to biological systems. He sees it in his own body every single week. The treatments, the glow, the carefully maintained equilibrium between survival and collapse. Burns has essentially become a living laboratory for the study of chronic radiation exposure, and that laboratory is located in the same town where he releases radioactive material into the water supply and the air. He knows what yellow skin means. He knows what 4 fingers means. He knows what 3-eyed fish means, and he has chosen, deliberately and repeatedly, to continue operations, to let the plant keep running, to let the violations accumulate. To keep Homer Simpson a man, the show's creator, has stated operates with an IQ of 55 inches, the safety inspector role, specifically because Homer's cognitive limitations guarantee that the violations will continue unaddressed. The yellow skin is the most visible evidence of a crime that has been ongoing for the entire run of the show. And it's there in every frame, on every face, in every episode, silently testifying to what Springfield is and what has been done to the people who live there. The town is yellow because the water is poisoned. The water is poisoned because the plant is leaking. The plant is leaking because Burns refuses to fix it. And Burns refuses to fix it because a healthy plant would invite scrutiny, and scrutiny would lead to questions, and questions would lead back to the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the 3-eyed fish and everything they mean. So instead, the plant keeps leaking, and Springfield stays yellow. And every morning, every resident in town pours a glass of water from their tap and drinks it down, and nobody says anything, because in Springfield, yellow is just the color of skin. That's what we've been looking at for 36 years. That's what they never told us out loud. If you're watching this late at night, drop a comment and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good time. There's a lot more of Springfield to get through tonight. Section 2. The Treehouse of Horror Continuity Problem. What if they're not all nightmares? Every October, The Simpsons does something it supposedly never does at any other time of year. It kills people. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, the annual Halloween specials that have aired since 1990, are generally understood to exist outside the show's main continuity. They're the stories that don't count, the ones where Homer gets eaten by a gremlin, where Bart discovers he has telekinetic powers and terrorizes the neighborhood, where the family gets abducted by aliens, where Springfield is invaded by giant advertisements, where death and dismemberment arrive as punchlines rather than consequences. The understanding is simple and widely accepted. None of it is real. None of it counts. By the next regular episode, everything is fine. Nobody is dead. And the Treehouse events are simply not referenced. They exist in a sealed bubble, their own little pocket dimension of horror comedy that brushes against the main show and then retreats. Except the show has never actually committed to this. There is no moment in any Treehouse of Horror episode where the show explicitly labels what you're watching as a dream or a fantasy or an officially declared non-canonical story. The framing devices vary wildly. Sometimes the stories are introduced as tales told around a campfire. Sometimes they're presented as Bart reading a horror comic. Sometimes there's no framing device at all. The episode simply begins in a horror register and ends there, with no acknowledgement that what you witnessed was anything other than a real event in Springfield's history. The assumption that Treehouse episodes don't count is entirely audience-generated. The show never confirmed it. And what the show did instead was quietly, gradually, begin bleeding Treehouse details back into the main timeline in ways that are almost too subtle to catch. Let's start with the most famous example, because it's both the most obvious and the most frequently misunderstood. In the Season 4 Treehouse of Horror episode, there's a segment called The Devil and Homer Simpson. Homer makes a deal with the devil depicted here as Flanders trading his soul for a donut. When he doesn't complete the donut by the end of the deal's terms, a trial is held, and Homer is saved by the love of his family. Marge produces a photo of Homer and Bart from their wedding day, and the jury of the damned finds in Homer's favor. Standard Treehouse stuff, fantastical, funny, doesn't count. Except, in a regular season episode several years later, Homer briefly mentions his soul. He refers to having sold a part of it at some point in his life. The throwaway line is delivered and forgotten, and most viewers don't clock it as significant. But it's there, an echo of a Treehouse story in a canon episode. A detail that by all rights should not exist if the Halloween specials truly had no bearing on real Springfield history. Or consider what happened with groundskeeper Willie. In multiple Treehouse episodes across different years, Willie is murdered. He is stabbed in the back with an axe in one story. He is killed by an alien creature in another. He dies in increasingly elaborate and grotesque ways across a span of several Halloween specials, and in each case, the next regular episode finds him alive and unremarked upon. But here's the strange accumulation. By the time you've watched enough Treehouse episodes, something starts to happen to how Willie reads in regular episodes. There's a persistent undercurrent to his character, a darkness, a wounded quality, a sense that he has experienced terrible things and carries them with him, even on the days when he's just raking leaves and yelling at students. It's not explicitly stated. It's not scripted as a direct reference to the Treehouse events. But the texture of his character has been shaped by them in ways that feel less like coincidence and more like deliberate accumulation. The show is using the Treehouse episodes to do something to its characters that it can't do in the main continuity. It's subjecting them to extreme trauma. It's killing them and bringing them back. It's running experiments on them in a space that is supposedly consequence-free, and then watching to see what residue those experiments leave on the versions of those characters that inhabit the rest of the show. This is the Treehouse continuity problem in its most benign form. The events don't happen, but they leave marks. Now, here's where it gets genuinely strange. There are Treehouse of Horror segments that, when examined carefully, are not actually horror. They are, in structure and tone and narrative outcome, indistinguishable from regular Simpsons episodes, except for the fact that they were aired under the Treehouse banner, which is supposed to quarantine them from reality. Consider the 1991 Treehouse segment, Hungry Are the Damned. The family is abducted by aliens named Kang and Kodos, who cook for them lavishly and seem to be preparing to eat them. The horror twist is that the aliens were actually being kind. The humans misinterpreted their hospitality as malevolence. The story ends with the family returned to Earth, having wrongly accused their alien hosts of evil intentions. This is not a horror story. It's a story about misunderstanding and misplaced fear. It has a moral, it has emotional beats. The horror framing is entirely external. The show placed it in the Halloween special, so we read it as non-canon. But remove that framing, and it's a perfectly standard piece of Simpsons storytelling about the consequences of jumping to conclusions. And Kang and Kodos, introduced in that supposedly non-canonical Treehouse segment, have appeared in every single Treehouse episode since. 30-plus years. They have become permanent fixtures of the show's universe, characters with consistent personalities and recurring roles. They are, at this point, more consistently present in The Simpsons than many characters who exist in the main canonical timeline. How non-canonical can something be when it has been happening consistently for 3 decades? The question isn't frivolous. It points towards something that the show has never addressed directly. The Treehouse episodes have been running long enough that they have their own continuity now. Events in Treehouse episodes are referenced in later Treehouse episodes. Jokes from one Halloween special become recurring bits in subsequent ones. Kang and Kodos remember things. They reference past appearances. They exist in a through line that spans more than half the show's entire run. The Treehouse universe is a parallel Springfield that has been quietly aging alongside the main one. And here is where the theory becomes something worth sitting with. If Springfield's main timeline is frozen, if nobody ages, if consequences don't accumulate, if the reset button is pressed after every catastrophe, then the Treehouse episodes are the only space in the entire show where time moves. In the main timeline, nothing changes. Bart is always 10, the family always recovers, the town always forgets. But in the Treehouse universe, Willie has been murdered dozens of times and carries that weight. Homer has made deals with cosmic forces and bears their marks. Springfield has been invaded, destroyed, rebuilt, and reinvaded across 30-plus years of horror stories that supposedly don't count. The Treehouse episodes are what Springfield's history looks like when you don't apply the reset button. They're the consequences the main timeline refuses to absorb. Now push this further because it gets darker. In a 2010 Treehouse segment, there's a story called Don't Have a Cow, Mankind. Springfield is afflicted by a virus spread through fast food that turns people into rampaging mutant cannibals called munchers within the episode. The Simpson family takes refuge in their home, while the infected townspeople tear through the streets outside. The imagery is specific. The infected look like Springfield residents, yellow skin and all, but distorted, exaggerated. Features that are already abnormal pushed past a tipping point into something that reads as monstrous rather than simply unusual. The infected are Springfield residents at a further stage of something that has already begun. The horror of that image, when you've been sitting with the mutation theory for long enough, is not the fantastical monster movie setup. The horror is the implication that the infected are simply accelerated. That what the virus does quickly to Springfield residents in this Treehouse story, the power plant has been doing slowly to them in every regular episode. The munchers are just Springfield on a shorter timeline. But let's move to the most unsettling Treehouse continuity problem of all, because it involves the family directly, and it involves a detail that most viewers have never noticed. In the very first Treehouse of Horror, there is a segment called Bad Dream House. The family moves into a haunted house that turns out to be possessed by a malevolent supernatural presence. The house attempts to drive the family members to kill each other. It fills each of them with murderous rage, and they are only saved when Marge confronts the house directly, telling it to learn to live with her family or face the alternative. The haunted house, unable to make peace with the Simpsons, implodes. It destroys itself rather than coexist with them. This is played as a joke. The haunted house can't handle the chaos of the Simpson family and chooses annihilation over accommodation. Laugh, move on. But think about that image for a moment in the context of everything the show has been building. A supernatural entity of malevolent power encounters the Simpson family and finds them so resilient, so stubbornly indestructible, so fundamentally impossible to destroy, that the entity gives up and ceases to exist rather than continue the fight. The horror story failed to be a horror story because the Simpsons couldn't be scared enough to play their assigned role in it. The first Treehouse of Horror episode is, at its core, a story about the Simpson family being indestructible. And it frames that indestructibility not as heroism but as something stranger, something that even supernatural forces can't quite process. That theme runs through every Treehouse episode that followed. The family can be killed, dismembered, transformed, erased, and they always come back. The horror never sticks. The family is somehow beyond the reach of the genre, because they're already living in it. The main timeline of The Simpsons, with its contaminated water and its corporate tyranny and its cognitive damage and its impossible immortals, is more horrifying in aggregate than most of what the Treehouse episodes contain. The real horror is in the regular episodes. The Treehouse specials are just the version where the show is honest about the genre it's actually operating in. The distinction between canon and non-canon, between what counts and what doesn't, has always been fuzzier than the show wants to admit. And the accumulation of 30-plus years of horror, all of it supposedly consequence-free, all of it supposedly sealed away from the real Springfield, has been quietly building a second history of this town that runs parallel to the official one. In the official Springfield, nothing terrible ever really happens. In the treehouse Springfield, terrible things have been happening consistently for 3 decades. And the fact that both versions of this town exist, side by side, without ever being reconciled, might be the most honest thing the show has ever done. Section 3. Marge's hair and the secrets buried inside it. Marge Simpson's hair is a tower. It is, by every reasonable measurement, the most physically improbable hairstyle in the history of animation. And given that animation operates by rules that permit almost anything, that's a significant distinction. It rises approximately 2 feet above her head in a perfectly vertical column of blue. It doesn't sway when she walks. It doesn't compress when she goes through a low doorway. It somehow passes through the fabric of every hat she has ever worn without disrupting either the hat or the hair. It has maintained its exact shape, its exact height, its exact color for 36 years without variation, as though it exists outside the normal physical laws that govern everything else in Springfield. The show acknowledges this. The hair has been the subject of numerous jokes over the decades. Characters have hidden things inside it. Marge herself, in moments of vulnerability, has revealed that the tower requires significant effort to maintain, that without regular attention it would not naturally hold its shape, that she devotes real time and energy to keeping the hair exactly as it appears. And in one of the most quietly devastating throwaway details in the entire run of the show, it was revealed that Marge's natural hair color is not blue. She dyes it. She has been dyeing it blue for her entire adult life. The color that has become so inseparably associated with her identity, the color that makes her immediately recognizable on any merchandise anywhere in the world, is not natural. It is maintained. It is a choice she makes every single day, or however often the dye needs refreshing, to present herself to the world as the woman with the blue tower of hair. The question the show never asks, the question that sits quietly behind every episode, is why? Why does Marge dye her hair? What is she covering? What is her natural color? And what does that natural color say about who she is and where she comes from, and what she has been doing all these years while Homer was stumbling through disasters and the kids were growing imperceptibly older? The show has offered fragments of an answer across its run, and they add up to something more complicated than a simple vanity choice. Marge's family is interesting. Her mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, is a woman of iron will and strategic emotional unavailability, who has spent decades managing her daughters with a precise mixture of manipulation and conditional love. Her sisters, Patty and Selma, are 2 of the show's most consistently present side characters, defined by their chain smoking, their mutual misery, and their absolute inability to accept Homer Simpson as a legitimate member of the family. The Bouvier women are a dynasty of a particular kind, not wealthy, not powerful in any institutional sense, but possessed of a shared identity so strong that it functions almost as a force field. They are the Bouvier women. There is a specific way to be a Bouvier woman, and one of the ways is apparently to have distinctive hair. Jacqueline Bouvier's hair is silver white and elaborately maintained. Patty and Selma share an identical haircut, a dark helmet of hair that is itself a minor visual impossibility in its perfect symmetry. The Bouvier women are defined, in part, by their hair. It is a family characteristic. It is a marker of identity and belonging. Marge's blue tower fits this pattern and disrupts it simultaneously. It is distinctive, unmistakably individual, a piece of identity that is entirely her own, but it is also artificial. It is a performance of identity rather than the expression of one. Marge chose to make her hair the thing that defines her, and then she chose to make that defining thing not quite real. This is interesting in the context of who Marge is as a character, because Marge is the show's most consistent practitioner of the art of chosen performance. Marge is fine. Marge is always fine. This has been the quiet joke about Marge's character for 3 decades, the way she absorbs whatever chaos Homer generates, whatever crisis threatens the family, whatever external pressure the world applies, and responds with the same patient, accommodating, "Well, I suppose that's all right then," effect that keeps the household from flying apart. Marge is the structural foundation of the Simpson family. She is the person who makes the math work, who keeps the peace, who converts disaster into manageable inconvenience through sheer force of domestic will. And she is, in episode after episode, profoundly unhappy. Not dramatically unhappy. not in the way that generates plot lines or earns her sympathy from other characters. Marge is unhappy the way a building is unhappy quietly, invisibly, in the structural stress points that nobody looks at until something catastrophic reveals them. The show has given Marge several storylines that pull back the curtain on what's underneath the fine. She develops an addiction to gambling when she discovers that the casino environment relieves the constant low-level anxiety she carries through her ordinary life. She flirts seriously with an affair with a handsome bowling instructor, getting close enough to the edge that the audience genuinely cannot see how she walks back from it. She experiences a creative awakening when she discovers painting, producing work that a famous local artist takes seriously, only for her talent to be commodified and commercialized in a way that strips it of everything that made it meaningful. Each of these storylines is eventually resolved. The addiction is overcome. The affair doesn't happen. The painting subplot concludes in a way that allows Marge to return to her default state. Fine. Always fine in the end. But these stories don't disappear entirely. They leave traces. And the traces accumulate into a portrait of a woman who has been making a particular kind of sacrifice her entire adult life, choosing the stability of the family unit over the fulfillment of her own interior life, again and again and again, so consistently that she has made the choice invisible, even to herself. The hair is part of this. When Marge dyes her hair blue and towers it above her head, she is doing something unusual in the context of her life and her character. She is being visually dramatic. She is announcing herself. She is saying, "Here I am, look at this, I am a person with an unmistakable aesthetic presence." And then she goes home and makes everything fine. The gap between the hair and the behavior is not inconsistency, it's compression. The blue tower is where all of Marge's suppressed self-expression goes. She cannot be dramatic in her marriage. Homer's chaos absorbs any drama she might generate. She cannot be excessive in her parenting. The children generate more than enough excess on their own. She cannot be high maintenance in her relationships with the community, because Marge's role in the community is to be the reasonable, accommodating, reliable presence that everyone else can count on. But the hair can be a tower. The hair can be enormous and blue and physics-defying, because the hair doesn't affect anyone else. It doesn't disrupt the household. It doesn't require anything from Homer or the kids or the neighbors. It's Marge's one piece of unconstrained personal expression, maintained in the only space where expression costs nothing. Now, here's where the detail buried inside all of this becomes something worth sitting with for a long time. In a Season 7 episode, there is a brief, easily missed scene in which a very young Marge is shown as a child, and her hair before the blue dye, before the tower, is a different color. The natural Marge, the Marge before she decided who she was going to be, has a color that is specifically and pointedly different from the woman she became. And when you think about the timing of when the blue tower became a permanent fixture, when Marge adopted this particular presentation and has never varied from it since, it lines up roughly with her relationship with Homer, with her marriage, with the beginning of the life that required her to be fine all the time. The hair went up when Marge's interior life went down. This is the reading that the show never articulates but quietly supports across hundreds of episodes. The tower is a monument to a self that didn't get to fully exist. The blue is a color chosen deliberately to distinguish her from whatever she was before, to mark the beginning of the Marge who was Homer's wife and the kid's mother, and Springfield's reliable neighbor, and to bury the Marge who was just Marge under something so visually striking that nobody thinks to look underneath. When characters have hidden things in Marge's hair over the years, weapons, contraband, small animals, objects that should not fit inside a hairdo, it functions as a running visual gag. But there's a reading in which the hair being a hiding place is not incidental. The hair has always been a hiding place. That's been its function from the beginning. What's hidden inside it isn't objects. It's the person Marge decided not to be. And every morning when she applies the blue and builds the tower, she is choosing that decision again. She is maintaining the monument to the self that was set aside, because maintaining the monument is, in some way, better than taking the tower down and being forced to confront what's underneath. There is one more detail about Marge's hair that the show drops in passing and never revisits, and it is perhaps the most quietly devastating thing associated with any character in Springfield. In a flashback episode showing Marge as a child, she has the same tower, already. At an age when girls are not generally making architectural commitments with their hair, young Marge is already building the blue column above her head, which means she didn't adopt the tower as a coping mechanism for the life she was about to live. She built it before any of that life existed. She showed up already armored, already performing the version of herself that was stable and contained and visually distinctive in exactly the controlled way the tower represents. She arrived at her marriage and her family and her neighborhood with the monument already constructed, already maintained, already fixed in place. Whatever the tower is hiding, it was already there before Homer. Before the kids, before Springfield. The performance of Fine is not a response to the life Marge has lived. It's the life she walked into with a plan already in place. And the blue hair is the plan. Section 4. The Springfield Elementary Conspiracy. What happens to children in this town? There is a school at the center of Springfield's community, and it has been catastrophically failing its students for 36 years. Springfield Elementary is a public school operating in a town with a nuclear power plant, a possible snare who controls the local economy, and an environmental contamination profile that the federal government eventually deemed severe enough to warrant placing the entire town under a glass dome. And into this school every morning, 5 days a week, go the children of Springfield, including the children of the people who have been drinking the contaminated water and breathing the contaminated air for their entire lives. Let's start with what the school is, physically, as an institution. The building is old, the infrastructure is deteriorating. The budget is perpetually inadequate, stripped even further when Burns stole the oil well that had briefly given Springfield Elementary a windfall, redirecting its funding away from the school and into his own operations. The cafeteria serves food of such questionable quality that the show has made it a running theme for decades. The gymnasium equipment is unsafe. The textbooks are outdated. The computers, when the school has them, are antiquated. This is not background detail. The show is specific about Springfield Elementary's material deprivation in a way that tracks across multiple seasons and storylines. The school is underfunded as a consistent feature of its existence, not as a temporary crisis that gets resolved. The crisis is the baseline. Every year at Springfield Elementary is a bad year for Springfield Elementary. Now consider who is responsible for running this institution. Principal Seymour Skinner, or rather, Armin Tamzarian, the man who has been living under Skinner's identity for 20 years, is a character whose entire relationship to authority is defined by a fundamental dishonesty. The man in charge of Springfield Elementary is not who he says he is, has not been who he says he is for 2 decades, and continues to exercise institutional authority over hundreds of children on the basis of an identity he stole from a deceased or presumed deceased veteran. This is not, the show suggests, particularly unusual for Springfield. The institution carries on. The authority is exercised. The children show up and the teachers teach and the buses run and nobody, not the school board, not the parents, not the teachers, not the students, asks who this man really is, because asking would require the kind of critical inquiry that Springfield has systematically removed from its civic culture. But Skinner's false identity is only the most dramatically spectacular of Springfield Elementary's administrative problems. There's also Superintendent Chalmers. Chalmers is Skinner's direct superior, the regional superintendent who periodically descends on Springfield Elementary to inspect, evaluate, and generally make Skinner's life difficult. He is portrayed as a petty bureaucrat who cares more about appearances than substance, more about covering institutional inadequacies than addressing them, more about being seen to maintain standards than actually maintaining them. Every interaction between Chalmers and Skinner is a performance of accountability that produces no actual accountability. Chalmers arrives. Chalmers is briefly alarmed by something, a fire in the kitchen being sold as Aurora Borealis, a catastrophic lunch service being reframed as a culinary choice, some fresh disaster being talked through as though it were a planned event. Skinner says something increasingly implausible. Chalmers almost catches it, almost pushes past the spin, almost demands a real answer, and then he accepts the spin, every time. Chalmers knows something is wrong at Springfield Elementary. He has been presented with evidence of institutional failure so many times, so consistently, across so many seasons, that his continued acceptance of Skinner's explanations has long since passed the threshold of plausibility and entered the territory of active choice. Chalmers is not being fooled. Chalmers is choosing not to see. This is the administrative structure that oversees the education of Springfield's children. A principal who is a fraud, supervised by a superintendent who has decided that not knowing is preferable to knowing. And the children at the bottom of this structure, the children being processed through this institution, emerging from it into Springfield's contaminated community after years of education in an underfunded, mismanaged, institutionally dishonest environment, are the people who will grow up to be Springfield's next generation of voters, workers, parents, and citizens. The school is not failing, despite the system. The school is operating exactly as the system designed it to. Now look at the specific outcomes the school produces. Bart Simpson has been in the 4th grade for 36 years. He has been assessed, repeatedly, as a student of below-average academic performance, classified in some episodes as an underachiever, in others as a problem student, in others as a borderline case for special education. His academic record is a consistent record of failure, and the school's consistent response to that failure has been to keep him in the same grade, surrounded by the same peers, receiving the same instruction that hasn't worked for years, while the adults around him cycle through brief interventions that never result in lasting change. Bart's academic failure is treated by Springfield Elementary as Bart's problem. His intelligence, his curiosity, his specific and unconventional talents, the social intelligence, the creative problem-solving, the ability to engineer elaborate schemes that require careful planning and precise execution. None of these are legible within the institutional framework the school uses to evaluate students. Bart tests poorly on tests designed to reward a kind of intelligence Bart simply doesn't have, and the school reads this as Bart being deficient rather than as the tests being insufficient. He spends the first decade of the show's run on the edge of being held back, labeled, shuffled into remedial tracks, handled as a problem rather than educated as a student. And in the broader arc of what this does to him, the way being told you are a failure for year after year shapes a person's self-understanding. The school has done something to Bart that goes well beyond academic. Underperformance. Bart's personality is a direct response to institutional failure. His rebelliousness, his commitment to disruption, his fundamental distrust of authority and the systems it administers, these are not character flaws he arrived with. They are adaptive strategies developed in response to being processed by a system that had no use for what he actually was. The school made Bart who he is, and the show presents this as comedy, as the defining dynamic of an anarchic young character without ever fully reckoning with what it means that a child spent a decade being told by the institution responsible for his development that he was, fundamentally, not good enough. And then there's Lisa. Lisa's experience of Springfield Elementary is the show's most sustained and most damaging portrait of what happens to exceptional children in mediocre institutions. Lisa is brilliant. The show establishes this unambiguously and repeatedly. Her IQ, her musical ability, her academic performance, her capacity for abstract reasoning and ethical analysis, these are genuine and documented gifts that place her far outside the normal distribution of 8-year-olds in any school anywhere. And Springfield Elementary has, for 36 years, had absolutely no idea what to do with her. In the school's framework, Lisa presents a different kind of problem than Bart. Bart fails to meet the standards. Lisa exceeds them in ways that the standards can't measure. She is too much for the system, where Bart is too little. She answers questions in ways that make the teachers uncomfortable. She identifies the limits of the curriculum faster than the curriculum can advance. She asks questions that expose the inadequacy of the instruction she's receiving, and the instruction responds not by rising to meet her, but by treating her exceptionalism as a management challenge. Lisa has been told that she is special while being given absolutely nothing special to work with. She has been affirmed by the adults in her life as exceptional and simultaneously provided with an educational environment that cannot accommodate her exceptionality. The result, the psychological result, visible across seasons and seasons of the show, is a child who has internalized a profound loneliness at the intersection of her intelligence and her environment. She is the smartest person in the room in every room she enters, and Springfield's rooms are not built for people like her. The school's treatment of Lisa is arguably more damaging than its treatment of Bart, precisely because it looks like the opposite. Lisa gets good grades. Lisa wins awards. Lisa is the success story the student Springfield Elementary can point to as evidence that the system works. But the system works for Lisa only in the most superficial sense. It gives her grades, it gives her recognition, it gives her a track record of measurable achievement. It does not give her peers. It does not give her challenge. It does not give her the one thing that a child of her intelligence actually needs, which is to be in the presence of other minds capable of meeting hers. Springfield Elementary produces children who have been simultaneously failed and processed into the community. Bart emerges from it as someone who cannot function within institutions. Lisa emerges from it as someone who can function within institutions so easily that the institutions offer her nothing. Both of them have been shaped by the school into people for whom Springfield is, in different ways, fundamentally insufficient. And the school will do it to every child who passes through it. Because the school is not broken. The school is working. Now consider this in the context of what Springfield Elementary was before Burns stole its oil well. When the school briefly had funding, real funding, the kind of windfall that arrived when the oil well beneath the school's property was discovered and briefly operated, there was a glimpse of what Springfield Elementary could be. Music programs, equipment, resources, the possibility of an institution that actually had the infrastructure to serve its students. Burns took that away, specifically, deliberately. He engineered the destruction of Springfield Elementary's moment of financial stability, not because he needed the money, Burns is a billionaire many times over, but because a well-funded Springfield Elementary would produce better-educated Springfield children, and better-educated Springfield children would grow up to ask harder questions about the three-eyed fish, and the cracked cooling towers, and the yellow skin they've been wearing since birth. The underfunding of Springfield Elementary is not an accident or a failure of municipal governance. It is a feature. It is the mechanism through which Burns's empire maintains itself across generations by ensuring that the children of the people who work for him receive an education precisely calibrated to prevent them from becoming the kind of critical thinkers who might eventually challenge the system that is exploiting them. Bart will graduate from Springfield Elementary and continue to be skeptical of authority in ways that are ultimately self-defeating, his rebelliousness turned inward rather than directed at the actual sources of power in his community. Lisa will graduate from Springfield Elementary carrying a loneliness and a sense of frustrated potential that the school installed and the community reinforces, brilliant enough to see the problems of Springfield but too isolated to organize anyone else to address them. And every child behind them in the queue will pass through the same processing, emerging into the same contaminated community carrying the same carefully maintained limitations. The conspiracy at Springfield Elementary is not dramatic. It doesn't involve secret meetings or explicit plans. It is far more effective than any of that. It is simply the consistent operation of an institution designed to produce a particular kind of citizen, one who is manageable, one who is not too curious, one who has learned the right lessons about where authority lies and who it's wise to challenge and who it's safer to accommodate. The school produces Springfield, and Springfield is exactly what Burns needs it to be. Section 5. Every single time Homer should have died. The physics of Springfield's most indestructible man. There is a list that exists in various corners of the internet, assembled by fans who have spent considerable time cataloging the specific instances across the show's run, where Homer Simpson experienced physical trauma that should, by any reasonable biological standard, have ended his life. The list is long. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted at voltages sufficient to power industrial equipment. He has fallen from heights that, by the standard calculations of terminal velocity and impact force, should have turned him into something that would require cleanup rather than medical attention. He has been hit by cars at highway speeds. He has been inside explosions. He has been crushed by machinery. He has been stabbed, burned, frozen, drowned, and on at least one occasion has survived a fall from a canyon rim that would be fatal for a human being regardless of their physical condition. He has also, in a somewhat different category, had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, a crayon that, once removed, revealed a level of cognitive function entirely inconsistent with someone who has been carrying a foreign object in their neural tissue for decades. The show has, at various points, attempted to explain Homer's physical resilience. The most frequently cited explanation, delivered by a doctor in a throwaway moment, is that Homer's body has developed in unusual ways a protective layer of fat around his vital organs that acts as a kind of natural armor, absorbing impacts that would damage the internal organs of a normal person. This is the in-universe medical explanation. Homer is unusually padded. This explanation covers approximately none of what Homer has actually survived. Padding does not protect against the neurological effects of the electrical voltages Homer has been subjected to. Padding does not explain surviving falls from extreme heights, where the impact pressure distributed across the entire body exceeds what any amount of biological cushioning could absorb. Padding does not explain the speed of Homer's recovery, which in episode after episode is so complete and so rapid that it borders on cellular regeneration rather than ordinary healing. Homer doesn't just survive things, he bounces back from them. By the next scene, frequently within the same episode, he is functional, not recovering, not convalescing, not showing the lasting physical consequences that real-world trauma produces functional, as if the event that should have killed him was, at worst, a minor inconvenience. This pattern exists across more than 3 decades and hundreds of episodes, and it is internally consistent. Homer's survivability is not a product of individual convenient plot moments. It is a stable characteristic of the character, present throughout the entire run of the show. The radiation theory has a specific and unnerving explanation for this. If the Springfield nuclear power plant has been leaking radioactive material into the town's environment for decades, and if Homer Simpson has been working in direct proximity to an active reactor core for his entire adult life, then Homer has received a radiation dose that is, by any normal biological standard, fatal many times over. The accumulated exposure from 30-plus years of working in an improperly maintained nuclear facility, on top of a lifetime of living in a town whose water supply has been contaminated by the same facility, represents an extraordinary total body burden of radioactive material. Normal biology cannot cope with this. Normal cells die. Normal organs fail. But what if Homer's biology isn't normal? What if the same contamination that has been killing him slowly has also, through some mechanism of adaptive mutation or chronic cellular stress response, produced in him a kind of biological resilience that normal physiology doesn't possess? There is a phenomenon in radiation biology called hormesis, which describes the observation that in some organisms, low-level radiation exposure produces beneficial adaptive responses, increased DNA repair activity, enhanced cellular stress tolerance, upregulation of protective mechanisms that wouldn't activate under normal circumstances. The organism becomes, in a specific and limited sense, more robust in response to chronic low-level damage. Homer's survivability might be hormesis taken to an absurd extreme. A body that has been managing radiation damage for so long, at such a consistent level, that it has developed repair mechanisms operating far beyond normal human capacity. Not immunity to damage, Homer very clearly sustains damage, but an extraordinary capacity to recover from it, to reconstitute, to continue. The same radiation that has reduced his cognitive function to the level of a clinical disability has, in a cruel biological irony, made his body nearly indestructible. Burns's body, managed through weekly medical intervention, achieves a similar result through external means. Homer's body has achieved something analogous through decades of involuntary chronic exposure. They are two versions of the same phenomenon, the body transformed by radiation into something that operates by different rules than normal human biology. But there's a second layer to Homer's survivability that the radiation theory alone doesn't fully explain, and it's visible not in the individual moments of survival, but in the pattern of what Homer survives. Homer doesn't die from danger that originates outside Springfield. When Homer goes to space, when he travels internationally, when he ventures into environments well beyond the contamination zone of the Springfield power plant, he remains as physically resilient as he is at home. Whatever has made him indestructible travels with him. It is not localized to Springfield's specific environment. It is built into his biology at this point, expressed everywhere he goes. But the injuries he sustains in these external environments are different in texture from the ones he sustains in Springfield. Outside Springfield, Homer gets hurt and it reads as physical comedy, the conventional animated slapstick of a character taking more damage than the plot requires and recovering in time for the next scene. Inside Springfield, Homer's injuries have a different quality. They are more specific, more brutal, more deliberately staged by the show in ways that emphasize not just the pain but the sheer improbability of his continued existence. The most extreme version of this is the episode where Homer falls down Springfield Gorge. He reaches the bottom. He is loaded into an ambulance. The ambulance crashes. He is loaded into a second ambulance. The second ambulance crashes. He somehow ends up airborne again and falls back down the gorge a second time. This sequence has no narrative purpose that a conventional plot analysis can fully justify. It is not necessary for the story. It goes well beyond what any slapstick set piece requires in terms of escalation. It reads less like a comedy scene and more like a stress test, the show finding out, experimentally, exactly how much punishment this character can absorb before the audience stops believing he can survive. Homer passes the test. He always passes the test. And in passing it, in surviving things that no person and no animation logic requires him to survive, he becomes something that the show can't quite bring itself to name. He becomes evidence. Evidence that something has happened to Homer Simpson's biology that goes beyond cartoon physics or narrative convenience. Evidence that the same environment that has kept him cognitively limited has simultaneously protected him from the physical consequences of living in a contaminated industrial town. The brain damage and the physical resilience are the same thing seen from two sides. The radiation took something from Homer, his intelligence, his potential, his capacity to understand the world clearly and his own situation within it, and gave him something else in return. A body that won't quit. A physical machine that keeps running past every reasonable threshold for failure. He cannot think his way out of his situation. He never has been able to. The crayon, the radiation, the accumulated cognitive damage of a lifetime in Springfield's contaminated environment, these have ensured that Homer will never fully comprehend what has been done to him. But he will survive it. He will keep showing up. He will keep walking through the door at 742 Evergreen Terrace. He will keep sitting on the couch, keep going to work at the plant, keep living the same life in the same loop. Because whatever the radiation took from Homer Simpson, it did not take his ability to endure. Burns needed a safety inspector who wouldn't shut the plant down. He got something more useful than that. He got a safety inspector who literally cannot die. Homer's indestructibility is not a gift. It is the mechanism through which Burns's arrangement perpetuates itself. The man in Sector 7G who ensures the violations continue, who sleeps through meltdown warnings and throws donuts into reactor cores, needs to be someone who can absorb the consequences of the environment he enables. And Homer can absorb consequences that would remove any other safety inspector from the equation. He survives his own job. And as long as he survives, the plant keeps running. And as long as the plant keeps running, the water stays poisoned. And as long as the water stays poisoned, the next generation of Homer Simpsons is being formed in the same contaminated environment, developing the same indestructible bodies and the same compromised minds, ready to step into Sector 7G when their time comes. Homer's survivability is the system reproducing itself. Now, step outside the radiation theory for a moment, because the coma theory has something specific to say about Homer's physical resilience, and it's the most emotionally arresting explanation of all. If Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General while the coma generates an increasingly elaborate simulation of the life he lost, then Homer's physical indestructibility in the dream has a different and more devastating explanation. In the dream, Homer cannot die because Homer's mind won't let the dream end. Every fall, every explosion, every electrocution, every descent into Springfield Gorge, these are the dream testing its own limits, the unconscious mind of a man in a hospital bed pushing the scenario toward collapse to see if the scenario will hold. And every time Homer gets up, every time he bounces back, every time he survives the unsurvivable, the dream is reasserting itself. Homer's mind is choosing to continue. The indestructibility is not the result of mutated biology. It is the result of refusal. A man in a coma who cannot allow his dream to end keeps sending the dream's version of himself through scenarios that should terminate it and then pulling him back from the edge. Because the alternative to Homer surviving in the dream is Homer waking up in the hospital or, worse, not waking up at all. Every impossible recovery is Homer choosing his family over the truth. Every time he gets up from a fall that should have killed him, he is not demonstrating biological resilience. He is demonstrating love. He refuses to die in the dream because dying in the dream means the dream ends. And the dream ending means Marge is gone, and Bart is gone, and Lisa is gone, and little Maggie with her enormous eyes is gone. The family he built inside his unconscious mind disappears the moment the simulation stops. So he keeps getting up. The falls, the electrocutions, the canyon, they're not slapstick. They are a man in a hospital bed, brain slowly deteriorating, fighting to keep the story going by refusing, over and over and over again, to be the reason it stops. Homer Simpson is the most physically resilient character in the history of animation because Homer Simpson has the most to lose if he isn't. Section 6. Homer and Barney, the friendship, the show destroyed, and what it left behind. Before Homer was Homer, there was Barney. This is not metaphor, the show makes it literal. In the flashback episode depicting Homer's youth and adolescence, there is a version of Homer Simpson who is different from the man at the center of the show. He is still recognizably Homer, the shape, the voice, the fundamental goofiness, but there is something present in young Homer that the adult version has entirely lost. Ambition, curiosity, a genuine enthusiasm for the world outside Springfield's limits. Young Homer has dreams. Not the kind of grandiose, consequence-free dreaming that adult Homer indulges in, but real, specific, achievable dreams that would have constituted an actual life if the circumstances had been different. He wanted things. He made plans. He was, for a window of time before those plans collapsed, someone moving towards something. And beside him, through all of it, was Barney Gumble. Barney Gumble is one of the show's most systematically underused characters. This is a deliberate choice by the writing staff, and the choice has been so consistently maintained for so long that Barney's reduction from a full character to an alcoholic background fixture has become invisible, accepted as simply what Barney is rather than recognized as. What Barney became, what Barney was in the show's earliest seasons and in the flashbacks that reveal his history, is this: Homer's best friend, his oldest, closest, most genuine companion, a person who knew Homer before the plant, before the marriage, before the crayon and the radiation and the accumulated cognitive erosion of a life spent inside Springfield's contaminated loop. The friendship between Homer and Barney is, in the show's internal history, the longest continuous relationship in Homer's life outside his family. They went to high school together. They made plans together. There is an episode, and this is one of the most quietly heartbreaking pieces of backstory in the entire run of the show, in which it is revealed that Barney Gumble was, before his alcoholism, a brilliant, academically accomplished young man who had received admission to a prestigious university and had every intention of attending. And then Homer gave him a beer, casually, without consequence, as a casual teenage gesture of social bonding. Here, have a beer. And Barney, with whatever biological susceptibility to addiction was already present in him, never recovered. One beer became the beginning of a complete destruction. He did not go to the university. He did not pursue the future that had been available to him. He stayed in Springfield, drank himself into a state of permanent impairment, and became the bloated, belching background character who has been propping up the bar at Moe's Tavern for 3 decades. Homer doesn't carry guilt about this in any explicit way. The episode that reveals this history plays it for dark humor, the absurdity of Homer's casual gesture having such catastrophic consequences. But the guilt is embedded in the structure of the show's handling of Barney, in the way the character has been progressively marginalized over the seasons. In the earliest years of The Simpsons, Barney was a presence. He was in the main group. He had dialogue, he had storylines, he had a personality beyond the alcoholism. He and Homer were, visibly, genuine friends in a way that the show took seriously enough to depict. As the seasons progressed, Barney's role shrank. He became a fixture rather than a character, a body at the end of the bar, a snoring presence in the corner of Moe's that the camera occasionally pans to for a quick laugh. The show diminished Barney in the same trajectory as his real destruction gradually, so gradually that viewers adjusted their expectations without realizing what had been lost. The Barney of Season 1 is not the Barney of Season 20. Something happened to Barney between those 2 points, something that the show reflects through his diminishing screen presence but never addresses, never mourns, never explicitly acknowledges. And here's the thing about Homer and Barney that the show has never been willing to say directly, even though it's built into every scene they share. Homer knows. On some level, below the cognitive fog and the radiation damage and the crayon, Homer Simpson knows that the person sitting at the end of that bar is someone whose life he changed. Someone who had another trajectory available to him and who lost it in a single moment of casual generosity that Homer has never had to fully reckon with, because the version of Homer capable of that reckoning was suppressed long ago. The beer Homer gave Barney is a perfect microcosm of how Springfield works, not through dramatic, intentional cruelty, but through ordinary human thoughtlessness. Nobody was trying to destroy Barney Gumble. Homer was not calculating the impact of his gesture. He offered his friend a beer because that's what teenagers do, and the system, the Springfield system, with its contaminated environment and its addictive chemistry and its complete absence of the safety nets that might have caught Barney before he fell, took a small, casual act of friendship and converted it into a lifetime of destruction. The most devastating detail of the Homer-Barney friendship is a throwaway line that occurs many seasons into the show. Homer is at Moe's, sitting at the bar, and Barney is next to him in his usual position. They're not discussing anything significant. And Homer, for a moment, looks at Barney, really looks at him, at this man, who was his friend, before either of them was the thing they became. And there is a flicker of something in the scene that the show doesn't linger on, doesn't comment on, doesn't develop. A recognition, gone in seconds, dissolved back into the comedy. But it was there. The show gave you a moment in which Homer Simpson saw his friend, and knew, and then the moment passed. There was a Season 7 episode called A Star is Burns that brought the film critic Jay Sherman to Springfield as a guest character, and in its subplot, Barney produced a short film, Pupper Without a Strings, that was a direct autobiographical account of his descent into alcoholism. Played for laughs on one level, the film is, on another, a genuine piece of self-expression from a character who almost never gets to be a person. It's beautiful in its way. And it's heartbreaking because the film wins the festival, and the characters acknowledge that Barney has produced something real, something honest, something that came from a place of actual pain. And then the next episode, Barney is back at the bar. The breakthrough doesn't stick. The moment of genuine expression, of authentic self-examination, of Barney Gumble being visible as something other than the town drunk it evaporates, the loop closes. The reset button is pressed. This is what Springfield does to everyone who has the misfortune to be real within its boundaries. Barney had a moment of visibility, a moment where the person he might have been surfaced through the person he became, and Springfield quietly dissolved that moment back into the ordinary. Back to the bar. Back to the routine. Back to the comfortable, static, agreed-upon version of Barney Gumble that the town's collective understanding requires him to be. There was also the Season 11 episode where Barney gets sober, a whole episode devoted to Barney Gumble becoming the person he might always have been, clear-eyed, capable, genuinely engaging with his own potential. He discovers he's a gifted helicopter pilot. He finds something he's good at, something that connects him to a version of himself that alcohol had obscured for years, and then he relapses. The cause is spectacularly mundane. A single glass of non-alcoholic champagne, which unbeknownst to him, contained enough alcohol to trigger the addiction. One accidental exposure, and Barney Gumble goes back to the bar, and the sober Barney, the capable Barney, the Barney who could fly helicopters and engage meaningfully with the world, disappears. Springfield can't afford Barney to be sober. Not in any conspiratorial sense. No one is literally plotting to keep him drunk. But the social ecosystem of Springfield, the way the town functions and the roles its various residents occupy, requires certain people to remain in their designated positions. Barney's designated position is the bar. It's the corner of Moe's Tavern. It's the drunk who says the funny thing and then collapses. A sober, functioning Barney Gumble would be disruptive, not in the way that challenges power or threatens the system, just in the smaller, stranger way that any life improving itself disrupts the expectations of everyone who had grown comfortable with its previous form. Springfield didn't restore Barney's alcoholism deliberately. It just didn't protect against it. It provided no structure, no support, no safety. It gave him non-alcoholic champagne with trace alcohol at exactly the moment when his sobriety was most fragile. It offered no cushion, no catch, no alternative to the fall, and Barney fell. Because in Springfield, that is what Barney does. And Homer sits at the bar and watches, and on some level below the crayon and the radiation damage, he knows what he put in motion the day he handed his best friend a beer and sealed both their fates. Section 7. Sideshow Bob and the System That Deserves What It Gets. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., known to Springfield and the world as Sideshow Bob, is the show's most formally educated villain, its most eloquent antagonist, and arguably the character whose presence reveals the most uncomfortable truths about how justice operates in Springfield. He is also, from a certain angle, the most sympathetic person in the entire show. This is not the typical reading of Sideshow Bob. The typical reading is that he's a recurring villain whose elaborate homicidal schemes toward Bart Simpson provide a reliable source of thriller comedy across the show's run. He shows up, he plots Bart's death with increasing Baroque complexity. He is foiled, he is returned to prison, the story resets. But strip away the plotting and the attempted murders, which are serious and should not be minimized, and what you find underneath is a portrait of Springfield that is more damning than almost anything else the show produces. Bob is a genius. This is not hyperbole and not contested within the show. He holds advanced degrees from Yale. He is a polymath, an expert in classical music, classical literature, operatic performance, landscape architecture, advanced chemistry, criminology, and multiple other fields. He speaks multiple languages. He has, on several occasions, demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that would qualify him for virtually any professional pursuit available to a person of exceptional intelligence. And Springfield's solution to this person was to make him the sidekick of a clown. The backstory is worth revisiting, because it is genuinely absurd in ways the show barely acknowledges. Sideshow Bob was employed as the second banana on Krusty the Clown's children's television program. He was the educated, articulate, classically trained companion to a deliberately incompetent clown who barely acknowledged Bob's existence except as a prop for physical comedy. Bob was apparently unable to find employment commensurate with his actual abilities. Springfield's economy, dominated by Burns's power plant and the various service industries that cluster around it, had no use for a classical education. The one entertainment venue that would hire him was a children's variety show, and the one role available to him was as a character who existed to be hit in the face. The first crime Bob committed, framing Krusty the Clown for armed robbery, was not committed for profit or power. It was committed as revenge for years of having his dignity systematically destroyed in front of a live audience of children. This does not justify framing an innocent man, but it contextualizes the act in a way the show rarely pauses to acknowledge. Sideshow, Bob's career in villainy began not with ambition or sociopathy, but with the entirely understandable response of a brilliant man who had been repeatedly humiliated in a system that had no legitimate use for him. And Springfield's response to his first crime? Prison, and then, upon release, immediate reoffending, and then prison again, and then release, and then the next elaborate scheme. The cycle is so consistent, so mechanically regular, that it has become one of the show's defining recurring structures. But think about what the cycle actually represents. Every time Bob is released from prison, Springfield receives a highly intelligent man with no legitimate employment prospects, no social support infrastructure, a criminal record that closes most professional doors, and an accumulated grudge against the specific systems that have repeatedly failed him. And every time Bob is released, the community that receives him offers him nothing. No resources, no alternative, no path toward the life that someone with his capabilities should reasonably be able to construct. The system releases him with nothing and then expresses surprise when he reoffends. Chief Wiggum, who is responsible for both apprehending Bob and theoretically for the broader public safety context in which Bob operates, is a man whose competence as a law enforcement officer has been comprehensively satirized across the show's entire run. The police force that repeatedly foils Bob's schemes does not do so through superior intelligence or genuine detective work. It does so through an accumulation of slapstick accidents, Bob's own theatrical excess, and the occasional timely intervention of Bart Simpson. The system that keeps catching Sideshow Bob is not a functional system. It is a lucky one, and the question of how long luck holds, when the alternative is a genuinely intelligent man who has had decades to study the specific ways he gets caught and adapt his methods accordingly, is not a comfortable one. The show addressed this in its darkest and most direct moment, in an episode where Bob finally achieves his stated goal. He kills Bart. He uses a poison blow dart. Bart dies. The moment is played with full dramatic weight, no cutaway, no immediate reset. Bart is dead, and the scene sits with that reality for longer than the show usually allows consequences to sit. And then Bart is revived. Because Bob, who has spent years planning this moment, cannot accept that it's actually over. He wants Bart to be alive. He needs Bart to be alive. Because the relationship between Sideshow Bob and Bart Simpson is the only ongoing relationship in Bob's life that offers him any sense of purpose, any structure, any context in which his extraordinary capabilities are actually deployed. Bob keeps trying to kill Bart, not despite the fact that Bart keeps foiling him, but because of it. The foiling is the point. The ongoing contest between them is the closest Bob has come to the kind of intellectually worthy engagement that someone of his capabilities requires. Bart is not his victim. Bart is his only genuine rival. This is what Springfield has produced in one of its most capable residents, a man whose intelligence has been so thoroughly denied any legitimate channel that the only context in which it can fully express itself is attempted murder. The system didn't make Sideshow Bob evil. The system made him irrelevant, and evil was his response to irrelevance. And the show, in its way, keeps giving him something to do. Keeps releasing him from prison, keeps setting up the next scheme, keeps casting him as the villain in an elaborate theatrical that he and the audience have both understood for years, is less about genuine menace and more about a brilliant man who has found the only stage Springfield will give him. There is an episode where Bob moves to Italy and builds a genuinely beautiful life. He has a wife, a child, community respect, work that engages his actual capabilities. He is, for the span of that episode, the person he might have been if Springfield had ever offered him a legitimate path. And then Bart shows up, and the contest resumes, and the life Bob built collapses around the renewed compulsion toward the one relationship that has defined his existence. Springfield has done this to Sideshow Bob, not by being cruel, not by designing his destruction, by being indifferent, by having no space for what he was and offering him only the choices it allowed. The prisons of Springfield hold people. The structures of Springfield hold people in other ways. And some of those structures are invisible, precisely because they don't look like prisons. Sideshow Bob has been incarcerated in Springfield's indifference for the entire run of the show. And every time he gets out, he tries to kill a child, because that is the only way Springfield has given him to matter. Section 8. The Lovejoys' Religion, Power, and the Church That Knows Everything. The First Church of Springfield occupies a specific and carefully calibrated position in the show's social landscape. It is present. It is institutional. Its steeple appears on the Springfield skyline with enough regularity to establish it as a genuine feature of the community's geography. The congregation is large, encompassing most of the show's main and supporting cast, which means that on any given Sunday, the people who run Springfield and the people who are run by Springfield are all in the same room together, doing something that requires communal vulnerability in a community that is otherwise defined by its reluctance to examine anything too closely. Reverend Timothy Lovejoy is the man who runs that room. He is not, by any conventional measure of spiritual leadership, an inspiring minister. He is not Ned Flanders' vision of devoted faith. He is not someone burning with conviction or wrestling with genuine theological questions. Timothy Lovejoy is a man who went into the ministry, it is implied, with something like genuine vocation, and who has been ground down by the specific demands of a congregation in Springfield until all that remains is the professional performance of ministry without its animating spirit. He is burned out. This is the defining characteristic of his pastoral presence. His sermons are numbing. His delivery is flat. His engagement with the actual spiritual and emotional needs of his congregation is perfunctory, conducted with the bare minimum of investment required to maintain the institutional appearance of care. The show has given us the explanation for this. Ned Flanders destroyed Reverend Lovejoy. This sounds harsh, and the show means it as comedy, but the underlying structure is interesting. Ned, whose relentless, anxious, question-flooding version of religious practice required constant pastoral attention, called Lovejoy repeatedly with elaborate theological queries and spiritual anxieties until Lovejoy essentially stopped taking his calls. The show presents this as Ned being excessive and Lovejoy being understandably exhausted. But think about what it means that the most devout person in the congregation drove the minister to complete pastoral withdrawal. Ned Flanders is genuinely religious. Ned asks real questions. Ned brings the actual weight of his faith and his suffering to the relationship that is supposed to be designed for exactly that. And the institutional church, represented by Lovejoy, found this level of genuine engagement so exhausting, so demanding, so operationally impractical, that it effectively abandoned the person most in need of what it theoretically exists to provide. The church wasn't built for Ned, or rather, the church is built for the version of religious participation that requires nothing of it. It is built for the congregation that shows up, sits down, hears a 20-minute sermon that makes no particular demands, puts money in the collection plate, and goes home to their Sunday lunch without having been asked to examine anything uncomfortable. Lovejoy provides exactly this service, with professional competence and total absence of feeling. And in this, he is a perfect representative of every institutional structure in Springfield. Lovejoy knows things. This is the detail that tends to get lost in the comedy of his flat delivery and his studied disengagement. A minister who has been performing pastoral care in a community for decades accumulates extraordinary knowledge of that community's actual interior life. People tell ministers things they tell no one else. The confession, the counseling session, the quiet conversation after a difficult service, these are the channels through which a community's real history passes. Lovejoy has been present in Springfield for the entire run of the show. He has married people and buried them. He has counseled marriages in crisis and presided over the destruction of those marriages. He has been present at the bedsides of the dying and the rooms of the newly born. He knows the Simpsons, he knows the Flanders. He knows the Van Houtens and the Hibberts and the Wiggums and the Lovejoys wait. He is a Lovejoy and the Carlsons and all the rest. He knows who has been struggling and who has been pretending not to. He knows which marriages are genuine and which are performance. He knows which members of his congregation are carrying secrets that the community's agreed-upon narrative cannot accommodate, and he uses none of this. He sits in his pastoral role and performs ministry, and the secrets of Springfield accumulate around him like sediment, and he does not act on them. He does not disrupt the comfortable lies that the community requires. He does not use his privileged access to the real interior lives of Springfield's residents to challenge the systems that are exploiting them. He knows Burns is the town's largest donor. Burns's money flows through the church, the conspicuously expensive renovations, the new equipment, the various improvements to the physical plant of the first church that appear periodically across the show's run, all ultimately trace back to the same source of wealth that funds everything else in Springfield. A church that receives Burns's money is a church that has a structural interest in not challenging Burns's operations. And Lovejoy doesn't challenge them. His sermons never address the power plant. His pastoral letters never reference the contaminated water, chap. His ministry never acknowledges the yellow skin or the four fingers or the three-eyed fish, because the church is embedded in the same economy that produces these things, and challenging the economy would mean examining the church's own complicity in it. Helen Lovejoy is, in many ways, a more interesting and more revealing character than her husband. She is the town's designated moral scold, the woman who arrives in any scene involving community controversy with her famous cry of, "Won't somebody please think of the children?" A phrase so regularly deployed in such obviously self-serving ways that the show has turned it into a running joke about performative morality. But the joke is doing something specific. Helen Lovejoy invokes the children as a moral shield, not when children are actually endangered, not in any episode dealing with the contaminated water supply or the safety violations at the nuclear plant, but in episodes dealing with the kind of moral controversies that the conservative establishment of a small community actually worries about. Television content, unconventional relationships, perceived threats to the social order of Springfield's respectable families. The children Helen Lovejoy wants someone to think about are the abstract children of a comfortable moral framework. The actual children of Springfield, drinking the same contaminated water every day, developing in the same irradiated environment, growing up yellow and four-fingered in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers, those children are not the children Helen is thinking about. Because thinking about those children would require thinking about the system that is hurting them. And thinking about that system would lead, inevitably, to the church's role in sustaining it. The Lovejoys have constructed a moral framework that is expansive in exactly the areas that don't threaten institutional power, and silent in exactly the areas that do. This is, the show suggests without ever quite saying, the function of religion in Springfield: not to challenge the systems that produce suffering, not to hold power accountable, not to be, in any meaningful sense, a disruptive moral presence in a community that desperately needs disruption, but to manage the community's anxiety, to provide a weekly ritual of collective participation that creates the feeling of moral engagement without its substance, to take the genuine spiritual hunger that lives in people like Ned Flanders and process it through an institutional framework that converts it into a renewable resource of social compliance. The Church of Springfield doesn't save anyone. It keeps them calm enough not to notice what's happening. And Timothy Lovejoy, burned out, flat-voiced, going through the motions every Sunday morning, is the perfect administrator for an institution whose primary function is the production of managed acquiescence. He doesn't do it maliciously. He doesn't do it with any clear understanding of the role he plays. He does it because he's exhausted, and because the path of least resistance in a system this deeply established is to keep performing the role the system requires, collect the paycheck and the parsonage, and let the secrets of Springfield continue to accumulate in the silence where his pastoral courage used to be. God talks to Homer Simpson in this show. God has spoken to Homer directly, face to face, more than once. In a universe where the divine is apparently communicative and present and willing to engage with Springfield's most cognitively impaired resident in direct conversation, Ned Flanders, the most devoutly observant person in the community, the person who has organized his entire life and personality around his faith, receives nothing but silence. Lovejoy, who manages the institution through which Ned expresses that faith, provides no answer to this silence. The church has no answer for why God talks to Homer and not to Ned, because giving Ned that answer would require taking Ned's suffering seriously. And taking Ned's suffering seriously would require examining what the community has done to produce it, and examining that would unravel everything. So instead, Sunday after Sunday, Lovejoy stands behind the pulpit and delivers his flat sermons, and the congregation sits and half listens, and Ned sits in the front row and prays with the full force of everything he has, and the silence from whatever is on the other end of his prayer fills the church and mixes with the sermon drone, and Springfield continues in its loop, and the children are yellow, and the water is poisoned, and the First Church of Springfield cashes Burns's checks and renovates the basement and thinks of the children just enough to make the thinking visible, and not one moment more. Section 9. Apu and the Quick E-Mart, Springfield's hidden economy. The Quick E-Mart has been open since before the show began. This is implied rather than stated, but the implication is strong. Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon Apu, for the purposes of the show's entire run, has been managing the Quick E-Mart at the corner of Springfield's busiest intersection for as long as the community has been depicted. He is there every morning when the store opens and every night when it closes, which is never, because the Quick E-Mart does not close. It is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year, and Apu is there for all of it. At some point in the early seasons, the show established that Apu sleeps in the store, not in a back room or a comfortable private space, but at his post at the register, upright, grabbing brief periods of sleep between customers. He has, the show notes, trained himself to keep one eye open while sleeping. He is, functionally, a man who has organized his entire biological existence around the operation of this store. He holds a PhD in computer science from the Calcutta Institute of Technology. His dissertation was titled The Consequences of Intelligence, the Nonviolent Resistance Movement in India and its Implications for Modern Mathematical Theory. He is, by any standard of academic measurement, one of the most intellectually credentialed characters in the show, and he runs a convenience store in a strip mall in a fictional town in a state that can't be precisely identified. The gap between Apu's educational background and his actual professional situation is part of the show's satirical portrait of immigrant experience in America. The doctor who becomes a taxi driver, the engineer who operates a hotel, the person with exceptional qualifications who cannot translate them into the career those qualifications would produce in another context. It is a real phenomenon, and the show depicts it honestly, with some mixture of comedy and genuine pathos. But the specifics of the Quick E-Mart's role in Springfield's economy are worth examining separately because they reveal something about how the town actually operates at a structural level. The Quickie Mart is not a local business in any meaningful sense. Apu does not own it. He manages it on behalf of the Quickie Mart Corporation, which is itself a subsidiary of an enormous conglomerate. The show introduces the global Quickie Mart organization in a Season 4 episode where Homer and Apu travel to the company's headquarters, depicted as a vast, almost sacred institution somewhere in India. The franchise structure is rigid, the corporate culture is totalizing, and Apu's relationship to the company that employs him involves obligations and constraints that go well beyond the ordinary employer-employee relationship. He cannot change anything without corporate approval. The products are corporate products, the prices are corporate prices, the decor is corporate decor. The outdated, frequently expired, dubiously sourced inventory, the hot dogs that have been on the roller since the Carter administration, the squishy machines, the mystery meat patties, these are all corporate decisions, not Apu's personal choices. Apu runs the Quickie Mart with the full force of his intellect, his energy, his extraordinary work ethic, and total dedication. And the fruits of that dedication flow primarily upward to a corporate structure that he has almost no power to influence, and that is located, the show implies, several time zones away from Springfield. This is the economic structure of Springfield captured in miniature. The town's residents generate labor, generate commerce, generate the ongoing activity of daily community life. And the material rewards of that activity flow outward to Burns's power plant, to the Quickie Mart Corporation, to the franchise structures and corporate hierarchies that have colonized Springfield's economic life as completely as the radiation has colonized its biology. Springfield is a town that generates wealth for other places. The people who live in Springfield work for the plant, buy from the Quickie Mart, eat at Krusty Burger, another franchise, another corporate structure extracting value from the community, and spend their money in ways that primarily benefit entities located outside Springfield and controlled by people who have never lived there and bear no responsibility for what the town looks like. Burns is a partial exception because he lives there too, in his manor above the town. But Burns's wealth is generated by the plant and deployed globally. His personal residence in Springfield doesn't make him a member of the community in any meaningful sense. It makes him the colony's administrator, the overseer who lives on the grounds but belongs to a different world. Apu is something more specific and more interesting than a franchise manager. He is, among the show's recurring characters, the person most visibly caught between two complete worlds, the world of his education, his family history, his cultural background and identity, and the world of Springfield with its particular demands and textures and ambient strangeness. He moves between these worlds constantly, serving Springfield's community needs while maintaining a parallel existence in the Indian cultural world. A large extended family, a complicated arranged marriage, 8 children, a community of practice and identity that exists alongside Springfield rather than within it. This dual citizenship, literal and metaphorical, makes Apu the character most aware of what Springfield looks like from the outside. He came from somewhere else. He remembers what elsewhere is like. He has the experience of contrast that native Springfield residents, born and raised in the contamination zone, simply cannot access. And yet he stays. He stays at the Quickie Mart, behind the register, every hour of every day. Not because he has no options. His PhD demonstrates that he has more options than almost anyone else in the town. He stays because the store has become, over the decades, the structure around which his entire life has been organized. His relationships, his community, his identity within Springfield, all of it flows through the Quickie Mart. Remove the store, and you remove the context in which Apu Nahasapima Pedalon exists in Springfield. And that is a trap. A gentler, less dramatic trap than the ones the radiation and the corporate structure have set for Homer and Barney and Sideshow Bob. But a trap nonetheless. A life organized around a franchise that generates its wealth for a corporation in another country, maintaining a store that cannot change, serving a community that is slowly being poisoned by the industrial facility down the road, getting by on extraordinary work ethic and intellectual brilliance, and a PhD in computer science that never quite found its intended application. The Quickie Mart is open 24 hours a day, and Apu is always there. He cannot leave, not because anyone is physically preventing him, but because the structure of the life he has built, the economy he is embedded in, The relationships and obligations and daily patterns of existence that have accumulated around the store's rhythms. These constitute a form of enclosure as effective as any physical barrier. Springfield contains people through accumulation, through the slow, steady, unremarked buildup of obligations and connections and habits that eventually constitute a life too complex and too load-bearing to dismantle. The Quick E-Mart is Springfield's economic truth in its purest form. A highly capable person deploying extraordinary effort to generate value that primarily benefits someone else, unable to leave because leaving would require destroying everything the effort has built. And every morning when Homer stops in for his donuts and his duff, and he always stops in because the Quick E-Mart is always open and Homer is always on his way to the plant, Apu is there behind the register, watching, as he always has, as, probably, he always will. Section 10. Chief Wiggum and the police force that never solves anything. Springfield has a police department. This is worth stating plainly, because the existence of a police department implies the existence of law enforcement, and the existence of law enforcement implies that Springfield's laws are, at some level, being enforced, that crimes are being investigated, that the systems designed to hold its residents accountable to a shared set of rules are operational. They are not. Chief Clancy Wiggum and the Springfield Police Department are one of the show's most sustained and most carefully constructed pieces of institutional satire. Their incompetence is not random or situational, it is consistent, structural, and in its way, total. Across hundreds of episodes, Springfield's police force has failed to solve crimes, failed to prevent crimes, failed to respond adequately to crises, and in some cases has actively participated in the kinds of situations it is theoretically supposed to prevent. The failures are not dramatic. They don't take the form of obviously corrupt officers taking conspicuous bribes or making clearly illegal decisions. The Springfield Police Department fails in ways that are banal and ordinary, and entirely plausible, as descriptions of how an underfunded, poorly led, insufficiently trained law enforcement agency actually operates in a small community. Chief Wiggum doesn't investigate the Quick E-Mart robberies effectively because he doesn't really know how to investigate them. He doesn't pursue Burns's regulatory violations because he lacks the resources, the expertise, and frankly the incentive to take on the town's most powerful employer. He fails to solve the shooting of Mr. Burns not because of conspiracy, but because his investigative methodology is, at every stage, inadequate to the task. He is not a corrupt official in the traditional sense. He is something more insidious, an official who is simply not capable of doing his job, presiding over a department that is similarly incapable, and who has been sustained in that position long enough that his incapacity has become the expected baseline rather than an anomaly to be corrected. Springfield has normalized police failure the way it has normalized contaminated water and yellow skin. It is simply what the police department is like around here. But there is a specific detail about Wiggum's police force that connects it to the larger structural picture of Springfield in a way that goes beyond individual incompetence. Consider the geography of enforcement. The Springfield Police Department aggressively enforces certain categories of laws, minor traffic violations, petty social infractions, the kinds of low-level order maintenance that affects ordinary residents in their daily lives. Wiggum and his officers are highly visible when dealing with common citizens committing ordinary misdemeanors, but they are entirely absent from the enforcement of anything that touches institutional power. The 342 safety violations at the nuclear power plant have never resulted in a Wiggum-led law enforcement response. Burns's various schemes flooding Springfield, blocking out the sun, the biological weapons laboratory that Mona Simpson's group targeted in 1969, have either been handled by outside authorities, resolved through community action, or simply not resulted in any law enforcement consequences for Burns at all. This is not accidental. The pattern is too consistent across too many years and too many storylines to be explained by simple incompetence. The Springfield Police Department is incompetent in specific directions, specifically in the direction of anyone with institutional power. The one time Wiggum's department comes closest to achieving something the Mr. Burns shooting investigation, the evidence leads toward Homer, a working-class plant employee. The solution offered by the eventual conclusion of the investigation is a baby who cannot be prosecuted. The richest man in town is the victim of an attempted murder. The investigation is fumbled badly, and the outcome is that nobody is held responsible. From a certain angle, this is exactly the result that a law enforcement system structured around the protection of institutional power would produce. Burns is investigated as a victim. Burns is never investigated as a perpetrator. The power plant has been poisoning Springfield for decades. Burns has been deliberately obstructing safety compliance for the same period. Burns directly destroyed the life of at least one community member, Homer's mother Mona, through a sustained campaign of harassment that drove her into decades of exile. None of this has ever produced a criminal investigation, an arrest, a prosecution, or any legal consequence whatsoever. The law in Springfield flows downward. It falls on the ordinary, the powerless, the Homer Simpsons and Apu Nahasapima Petalons of the community. It does not flow upward toward Burns's manor, toward the power plant's boardroom, toward the offices of the people who own the structures that are hurting everyone. Chief Wiggum is not the cause of this. He is the symptom. He is the visible surface of a law enforcement system that has been shaped over decades of underfunding and selective institutional support into an instrument that primarily manages the behavior of the people who have the least power to resist management. His son Ralph is one of the show's more quietly devastating supporting characters. Ralph Wiggum is cognitively limited in ways that the show treats as a source of comedy. His non sequiturs, his odd pronunciations, his spectacular failures of basic comprehension. He is funny, and the show knows he's funny and uses him as such. But Ralph Wiggum is also a child being raised by a father who spends his professional life managing the appearance of public safety while ensuring that the actual structures of safety never challenge institutional power. A child growing up in Springfield's contaminated environment, drinking the same water, breathing the same air. A child whose particular cognitive profile, whatever its source, places him in the vulnerable category of Springfield residents whose limitations serve the system better than their capabilities would. Ralph will grow up in Springfield. He will probably stay in Springfield. And whatever the system needs him to be in 30 years, the Springfield Police Department, or whatever comes after it, will be there to ensure he fills that role. Because in Springfield, the police don't exist to protect the citizens. They exist to protect the arrangement. Section 11. Lisa's Sadness, the show's darkest running thread. There is a thread running through the entire length of The Simpsons that the show has never directly named, never resolved, never brought to any conclusion, and which becomes more visible and more devastating the more carefully you follow it. It is the thread of Lisa Simpson's loneliness, not the academic loneliness of a gifted student in an insufficient school, not the social loneliness of a child whose interests don't match those of her peers. Those are present too, and the show depicts them regularly, but they are the surface manifestation of something that goes deeper than context. Lisa Simpson is constitutively lonely. She is lonely in the way that some people are simply built with an interior life so complex and so demanding that the ordinary social world around them provides insufficient connection, and with enough self-awareness to know this, and with the particular adolescent tragedy of being unable to do anything about it. She is 8 years old. She will always be 8 years old. And the specific form of suffering that the show has been inflicting on her across every season, in hundreds of episodes, is the suffering of a person who sees clearly, feels deeply, cares enormously, and is surrounded by a world that cannot meet any of these qualities at the level she experiences them. The show established this early and has never stepped back from it. Lisa knows Springfield is contaminated. She knows the fish have 3 eyes for a reason. She knows that her family's circumstances are connected to larger structural forces that the family is not equipped to resist. She knows that Bart's failures at school are not Bart's failures in any meaningful sense. She knows that the reset button gets pressed and that tomorrow will look like today and that the catastrophe that just happened will not be referenced in the next episode. She knows all of this, and she is 8 years old, and she has a saxophone that she plays alone in her room, because the music is the one place where her interior life can express itself in a language that doesn't require anyone else to be present and listening. The saxophone is the detail that matters most, not the academic achievement, not the moral conviction, not the political awareness, the saxophone. Because the saxophone is what Lisa goes to when the world is too much, and the frequency with which she goes to it tells you everything about the ratio of too much to manageable in her daily life. She plays the saxophone when she's sad. The show established this early and returns to it constantly. The camera finds Lisa in her room, or on the back step, or standing in a field at sunset, playing the instrument with a quality of emotional expression that the dialogue around her rarely achieves. The notes that come out of the saxophone are the notes of someone who has needed this release badly, and who has needed it often, and who has had to develop this practice of solitary musical expression because the alternatives talking about it, getting support from the people around her, having the things that are hard acknowledged and addressed are consistently unavailable. Homer loves Lisa. This is genuine, and the show depicts it genuinely. There are episodes built entirely around the specific quality of Homer's love for his middle child, and they are among the best episodes in the show's run. Homer is capable of seeing Lisa in a way that he is not always capable of seeing other people, of recognizing her specific sadness and responding to it with the specific warmth that she needs. But Homer is also cognitively limited in ways that make sustained attunement to another person's complex interior life essentially impossible. He can meet Lisa in moments of acute crisis. He cannot be present to the chronic texture of her existence, the daily weight of seeing and caring and being insufficient to the things she sees. His love is episodic, arriving in concentrated form when the plot requires it and receding back into the background otherwise. Marge loves Lisa too, but Marge's love for her daughter is organized around the categories of care that Marge's own emotional framework can accommodate. Marge can manage Lisa's material needs. She can comfort Lisa through recognizable kinds of distress. She cannot fully engage with the specific texture of Lisa's frustration, the frustration of intelligence and conscience in a community that has no institutional place for either because Marge's own life requires a level of strategic non-engagement with exactly that frustration in order to function. Marge survives Springfield by not fully seeing it. Lisa's defining trait is that she cannot stop seeing it. And so Lisa is alone with what she sees. She has had friends across the show's run. She has had moments of genuine connection. She has had episodes where the show granted her the experience of being seen and valued and engaged with at the level she requires. But these connections don't persist. The show's reset function, the floating timeline, the episodic structure that clears consequences between installments, all of these operate against the accumulation of the relationships that Lisa specifically needs. Because Lisa needs relationships that grow, that deepen over time, that are transformed by shared experience into something richer than their starting point. She needs the kind of friendship that requires continuity, that builds on previous conversations, that carries forward the history of previous vulnerability, that over a long enough timeline becomes a genuine intellectual and emotional companionship. Springfield cannot give her this. Not because Springfield doesn't have people who are capable of this kind of connection in principle, but because the floating timeline doesn't allow any relationship to accumulate. Every connection Lisa makes is, in the structure of the show, temporary. It exists for an episode, maybe two, and then the reset occurs and Lisa is back in her room with the saxophone. The show has imagined Lisa's future. The season 6 flash-forward episode, Lisa's Wedding, showed a 23-year-old Lisa engaged to a man who genuinely sees her, who matches her intellectually, who is capable of the kind of sustained, deepening engagement she has needed her entire life. And the emotional weight of that episode, which is considerable, one of the show's genuinely moving installments, comes entirely from the contrast between the future Lisa and the present Lisa. The future Lisa is not sad, or rather, she carries her characteristic seriousness and her profound capacity for feeling, but she wears them differently. They have been integrated into a life that has more of what she needs. She has found, in the imagined future, the connections and the context that Springfield could not provide. And then the episode ends and she is 8 years old again. This is the cruelest thing the show has ever done to any of its characters. It showed you what the cure looks like, and then it denied the cure indefinitely. Lisa will always be 8. She will never reach 23. She will never have the fiancé who sees her, the Oxford education that stretched her, the community of intellectual peers that finally made her less alone. The flash forward is not a promise. It is a glimpse through a window at a room she will never enter. And week after week, episode after episode, she comes back to the saxophone, plays the notes that mean the world is too much again, listens to the sound fill her room and her yard, and the particular Springfield air that carries traces of everything the power plant has released. In the context of the Homer coma theory, Lisa's sadness takes on a specific and almost unbearable dimension. If Homer is dreaming, then Lisa the Lisa who plays the saxophone and reads the books and sees the things that cannot be unseen is Homer's unconscious understanding of his daughter. His dream self knows that Lisa is brilliant and lonely and insufficient in her context, and it cannot help her. The dreaming Homer cannot reach into the dream and give Lisa what she needs, because the dream Homer is also insufficiently attuned, also limited by the same cognitive gaps that the real Homer carries. He dreams his daughter as she is. He cannot dream her better. The only version of Lisa he can produce is the version who is too much for Springfield and not enough seen in playing the saxophone alone. Because that is the Lisa that was there, in the real world, in the last moment before the vending machine fell. He preserves her exactly as he last saw her, brilliant, alive, already lonely in a way he could see but not quite reach. And if the coma theory is true, then every episode of Lisa playing her saxophone in the Springfield evening is Homer, unconscious in a hospital bed, dreaming his daughter's loneliness with perfect accuracy and total helplessness. He knows she hurts. He can't get to her. He never could. Section 12. The final loop? Why the Simpsons can never end? And what we do with that. Everything comes back to the couch gag. The 30-second sequence at the opening of every Simpsons episode where the family races home from their various starting positions converges on the living room of 742 Evergreen Terrace and lands on the couch together. The format has been varied, extended, inverted, subverted, and reimagined hundreds of times across the show's run. The couch gag has become its own separate art form, its own anthology of visual comedy, its own encyclopedia of animation styles and conceptual jokes and meta-references, but it always ends the same way. The family is on the couch. Whatever chaos precedes it, whatever elaborate visual language it deploys, whatever joke it is building toward or subverting or referencing, the couch gag always resolves in the same image. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie, together. At rest. In the living room of their Springfield house, which has been the same house since 1989, in the same neighborhood, on the same street, in the same town that sits on no map and belongs to every state simultaneously. The couch gag is the show's thesis statement compressed into 30 seconds. Whatever happens in any episode, whatever adventure, disaster, moral crisis, or cosmic event, the narrative of that episode contains the family will end up on the couch, together. In the house. Home. This is the promise the show makes every single week, 36 years running. Not a promise of resolution. Not a promise of growth or change or any of the things that conventional narrative structures deliver as the payoff of their accumulated tension. A promise of return. A promise that whatever the episode puts the family through, by the time the credits roll, they will be back where they belong. Springfield is a town that keeps that promise through mechanisms we've been examining for the past several hours. The radiation that warps the biology of its residents also, the theory suggests, preserves them in a specific state, unable to age, unable to change, unable to progress past the developmental point they occupied when the exposure began. The coma that Homer entered in April 1993, and from which he has arguably never emerged, sustains its dream by refusing to let the dreamer's most important people grow older, change, leave. The collective social contract that allows Springfield to exile truth and maintain comfortable fictions through deliberate consensus, this too is in service of the couch, of keeping everyone where they belong. Even Burns's impossible longevity is, from one angle, another expression of the town's resistance to ending. The most powerful person in Springfield literally cannot die, sustained by the same radiation that he has deployed against everyone else. The town produces its own immortality and reserves it for the person who most benefits from the town's continuation. What we have been watching for 36 years is a system designed to prevent endings, not a system designed to ensure happiness. Springfield's residents are, by almost any measure, not a particularly happy population. Not a system designed for flourishing or growth or any of the things that systems are supposed to produce for the people they contain. A system designed specifically to keep the loop running, to ensure that Tuesday follows Monday and Wednesday follows Tuesday, and by Sunday the family is on the couch again, ready for the couch gag to begin. The show has been clear about this in ways that go beyond any individual theory. Every mechanism, the theories identify the radiation, the coma, the collective denial, the institutional corruption, Burns's money and his medical technology and his grudge, all of these point in the same direction. They all serve the same function. They all produce the same outcome. Springfield stays Springfield. And here is the thing that lives in the space between all of these theories, the thing that none of them can quite capture on its own. We chose this, not passively, not through inaction. We chose it actively, week after week, season after season, for 36 years. The show exists because we watch it. The loop runs because we tune in. The couch gag plays because we want it to play. And the question that the entirety of The Simpsons ultimately arrives at, the question underneath every theory, every mystery, every buried storyline, and impossible continuity and unexplained mutation is this: why do we need Springfield to keep going? The easy answer is nostalgia. The show started when many of its current viewers were children, or before they were born, and television shows acquired in childhood carry a particular charge that adult media cannot replicate. The Simpsons is part of the emotional architecture of multiple generations in a way that is genuinely unusual for a single piece of media. But nostalgia alone doesn't explain the persistence. The show is not being watched by people who haven't seen it in decades and are tuning in for a hit of the familiar. It has been a continuous presence in the cultural landscape. Springfield has been updated, referenced, discussed, analyzed, theorized, and re-examined throughout its entire run. It has maintained active relevance across 3.5 decades. The deeper answer is the one the show keeps circling without quite landing on. We need Springfield because Springfield is the version of America we can survive. In Springfield, the nuclear plant is dangerous, but nobody dies from it in any episode you'll see. The billionaire is corrupt, but he hasn't quite managed to destroy everything yet. The police are incompetent, but crime still gets managed, more or less. The school is failing, but the kids keep showing up, and some of them are brilliant and some of them are not, and they all get through. In Springfield, consequences don't accumulate to the point of catastrophe. The reset button is always available. The dome gets lifted. The sun comes back. The fire goes out. The crisis resolves and the family comes home and the couch is there and the episode ends. Springfield is a model of American life in which the systems are clearly broken but not quite broken enough to prevent people from continuing to live within them. It is precisely calibrated to the level of dysfunction that is manageable, that is endurable, that can be survived by an ordinary family if they stay together and keep showing up, and find enough moments of connection and warmth within the wreckage to make the wreckage worth inhabiting. This is why the show's predictions feel so significant to people. When The Simpsons depicted something, a corrupt billionaire, a political spectacle, a corporate merger, an environmental failure before it happened in the real world, the response wasn't horror. The response was recognition. We've seen this before. This is familiar. If Springfield survived it, if Homer managed to find his way home from it and the couch was still there when he got back, then maybe we can survive it too. Springfield is a survival model. It is 36 years of weekly proof that the American family can absorb extraordinary quantities of dysfunction, corruption, environmental poisoning, institutional failure, and personal suffering, and keep going. Keep sitting on the couch together. Keep existing. The show's genius, the specific genius that has sustained it across a run of television that has no precedent, is that it found a way to depict a world that is genuinely this broken and still be a comedy, still be the thing you put on because it makes you feel better, still produce the warm, familiar feeling of coming home that the couch gag promises every week. It did this by distributing the horror across background details and secondary implications and the spaces between punchlines, by putting the contaminated water in the background and Homer's pratfall in the foreground, by writing Marge's suppressed self beautifully into her hair and her patient smile and the way she occasionally grips the countertop a little too tightly and then moving the camera away before the grip becomes legible, by making the darkness so consistent and so diffuse that it functions as atmosphere rather than event. You don't notice the contamination because you've been breathing the air of Springfield for so long that it's just air now. And this is precisely what the radiation theory describes happening to Springfield's actual residents. You become acclimated. You stop noticing. The yellow skin is just skin. The 4 fingers are just hands. The plant on the skyline is just the plant. We have acclimated to Springfield the way Springfield has acclimated to its own contamination. We have been watching long enough that we have lost the perspective necessary to see what we're actually looking at. The theories in this video exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to let themselves acclimate. They kept the distance necessary to see the yellow skin as yellow. They maintained enough alienation from the familiar to keep asking the question that Springfield's residents cannot ask. What is wrong here? What has been happening to these people? What is the thing beneath the comedy that the comedy has been covering for 36 years? And the answer they found is not one answer, but several, braided together into a picture of a place that is far stranger and far sadder than the comedy on the surface. It is a picture of a town where a billionaire with a century of grudges has poisoned the water supply and bought the police and funded the church and kept the school underfunded and hired the one man in Springfield who literally cannot notice what is happening to ensure it keeps happening indefinitely. It is a picture of a man dreaming his family from inside a coma that began in April 1993, and the dream is so beautiful and so precise and so complete that 30 years have passed in the real world, while inside the dream it is always Sunday evening and the couch is waiting. It is a picture of a woman with blue hair who built the monument to her unspent self before she met the man she would spend her life keeping together, who has been playing a very long game of strategic forgiveness that nobody around her fully understands. It is a picture of a girl with a saxophone who knows everything and can fix nothing and plays the notes that mean the world is too much again, because the notes are the only language available to her that doesn't require anyone else to be paying attention. It is a picture of a baby who has been watching and waiting and planning for 36 years, behind those enormous eyes and that pacifier, accumulating information about a world that underestimates her with absolute consistency, and deciding very carefully when the moment to act has arrived. And it is a picture of us, of the audience, of the people who have been tuning in every week for 36 years because Springfield is where we go when the real world is too much, and the real world has been too much for a very long time now. We are the ones who built the dome, not the EPA's dome from the movie Our Dome. The dome we built around Springfield by watching it so carefully and for so long that it became part of the structure of how we understand America. The dome of our attention and our nostalgia and our need for the couch gag to keep playing and the family to keep landing on the couch and Homer to keep finding his way home from whatever disaster the episode sent him through. We need Springfield to keep going because we need the evidence that it can, that the family can absorb this much, that the community can absorb this much, that the town can be this broken and still have the lights on, and the plant running, and the children in school, and the saxophones playing, and the quick E-Mart open at 3 a.m., and the church full on Sunday morning, and the donut shop busy on the way to work. That the loop can keep running. That everything can be this wrong, and the couch can still be there. As long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the couch gag plays and the family lands, and the next episode begins the version of America that survives its own dysfunction, is still alive. And maybe that's enough. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe the real question that the theories are building toward the question underneath every mystery in this video is whether survival is enough. Whether acclimation is enough. Whether a town that has normalized the three-eyed fish and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the cracked cooling towers is actually surviving, or is doing something that merely resembles survival from a sufficient distance. Lisa knows the difference. She has always known the difference. And she is 8 years old, and she will always be 8 years old, and she has the saxophone for the nights when the distance collapses and the merely resembling stops being sufficient. But the couch is there. The family is on it. And tomorrow, if you need to come back to Springfield, it will be there the way it has always been there. Improbable, impossible, too broken to function and too loved to stop. Keeping the lights on in a contaminated town on no particular map, in no particular state in the most famous fictional community in American history, the plant is still running, the water is still yellow, and the Simpsons are still on the couch. They always will be. Because the dream won't end until it's ready, and Homer is not ready. He is never going to be ready. And so Springfield stays, and the loop turns. And somewhere in a hospital bed in a town called Springfield, in a state that cannot be named, a man with a crayon in his brain and a family in his heart keeps dreaming the most beautiful and most terrible dream in the history of television. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, and every single one of them a love letter, from an unconscious father to the family he can't reach. Good night, Springfield. End of script. Appendix. Extended analysis details the main sections didn't reach. This appendix extends several of the discussions above with additional details and observations that support the theories explored in the main body of the script. These are presented as a continuation of the ambient, story-forward narration style of the main sections. On the specific geography of 742 Evergreen Terrace, the Simpson house has been a consistent physical presence across the entire run of the show. Its exterior, its layout, the specific configuration of its rooms, and the view from each of its windows, these have been depicted hundreds of times, across hundreds of episodes, and they have remained consistent in ways that the show's floating timeline renders increasingly improbable. The house was built before Homer and Marge bought it. The show has depicted this a brief history of the property, previous owners, the specific vintage of its construction that places it firmly in the mid-20th century housing boom that produced the American suburb as a recognizable landscape. But the house has a quality that goes beyond its architectural history. It has, across the show's run, been depicted as more than a building. It has absorbed the history of the family that lives in it in a way that becomes visible if you watch enough episodes closely enough. The specific location of every piece of furniture, the exact geometry of the living room, the kitchen, the upstairs hallway, the view from Bart's bedroom window, looking out at the Flanders house with its immaculate lawn, the view from Lisa's window, which the show sometimes uses for the saxophone scenes, the specific Springfield evening sky visible from that angle, with its particular horizon line and its particular quality of light. These are not production conveniences. They are the accumulated specificity of a place that has been inhabited with imagination and care. The writers and animators of The Simpsons have been building this house for 36 years, adding detail upon detail, returning to the same rooms with the same furniture and the same light and the same geography, and through that repetition, they have made 742 Evergreen Terrace as real as any house in the world. Real enough that Homer's dreaming mind could preserve it exactly. Real enough that the radiation-altered residents of Springfield could orient their lives around its permanence. Real enough that we know it in the same way we know places we have actually inhabited. The house is Springfield's most persuasive argument for its own reality. It is too specific, too consistent, too accumulated with the residue of habitation to be dismissed as a cartoon backdrop. We have been invited inside this house for 36 years. Whatever is happening in Springfield, we have been watching it happen from inside the living room, on Moe's Tavern and the economy of unhappiness. Moe's Tavern is not a successful business. This is established across many episodes in which the tavern's finances are examined, and it is consistently true. Moe Sislock's bar operates at a perpetual near failure, sustained by a small, regular customer base that includes Homer, Barney, Lenny, Carl, and a rotating cast of background characters who exist primarily to populate the bar stools. The tavern's physical state reflects its financial reality. It is dark. The furniture is old. The beer lines are of uncertain cleanliness. The cocktail menu, to the extent one exists, is an exercise in creative pessimism. The Flaming Moe, the one moment in the tavern's history when it achieved genuine commercial success, briefly becoming the hottest night spot in Springfield, was, of course, undone. The recipe stolen, the moment of prosperity crushed by the same structural forces that ensure Springfield's residents don't keep nice things. Moe Sislock is the bar. He is as inseparable from the institution as Apu is from the Quickie Mart. But where Apu's presence in his store is the result of extraordinary dedication and professional excellence, Moe's presence is something else entirely. Moe is at the bar because the bar is the only space in which he has any kind of identity or function. He is, outside the tavern's specific geography, a person of almost complete social marginality, unloved, unsuccessful, prone to the same self-destructive cycles that characterize many of Springfield's residents, but with less company in them than Barney has, and less family to buffer them than Homer has. The tavern's prank calls are a specific and well-documented piece of Springfield lore. Someone never identified, always with a child's voice suggesting a similar demographic to Bart. Though the show has declined to definitively confirm, this calls Moe's Tavern and asks for a customer by a name that resolves into a crude joke. Moe calls the name across the bar, realizes the joke, and responds with escalating rage. The calls keep coming. Week after week, decade after decade, someone calls Moe's Tavern and executes this ritual humiliation, and Moe responds to it in the same cycle of victimhood and impotent fury. This is the smallest and most concentrated version of what the system does to Springfield's residents writ large. Someone with the power to disrupt the power of anonymity and distance, and the willingness to use them repeatedly humiliates someone without the power to stop it. And the target of the humiliation has learned to expect the call, has organized their responses around its arrival, has built a ritual of outrage that has itself become part of the comforting repetition of the Springfield loop. Moe is furious about the calls, but he also, in some way that the show conveys without quite stating, relies on them. They are the one consistent form of engagement his establishment receives from the outside world. They confirm that the tavern exists, that someone out there knows it exists, that the routine of the bar, the stools, the bad beer, the regulars, the prank calls is ongoing and real, and has not simply dissolved into the Springfield ambient noise. The humiliation is better than invisibility. And this, again, is what Springfield does to people. It provides systems of engagement that are not nourishing but are at least regular, that offer not happiness but participation, that give people not what they need but enough of something to keep them coming back. Moe's Tavern, like the Quick E-Mart and the power plant and the church, is a node in Springfield's network of managed insufficiency. It gives just enough to maintain the loop, never enough to enable anyone to step outside it. The beer at Moe's is cold, and in Springfield, that counts for something. On what Lenny and Carl know, Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson are Homer's colleagues and closest non-family companions, his friends from the power plant, his regular presence at Moe's, his most consistent social context outside 742 Evergreen Terrace. They have been there since the beginning. They are in the fabric of Homer's life in ways that are so established as to be invisible, the background against which Homer's adventures occur, the texture of his ordinary days, the people who are simply there. And yet Lenny and Carl, examined more carefully, are not background characters. They are people who have been given, across the show's run, enough depth and enough specific characterization to constitute actual interiority, enough for a careful viewer to notice that there is more to them than their function as Homer's friends requires. Carl Carlson is, intellectually, possibly the most accomplished person Homer regularly spends time with. He has a master's degree. He has, in certain episodes, demonstrated capabilities and ambitions that far exceed his role in Sector 7G. He is competent, thoughtful, capable of exactly the kind of analysis that the problems of Springfield would require if anyone were going to address them. He is at the plant. He has been at the plant for as long as Homer has. Whatever combination of circumstances brought him there and has kept him there, the economic reality of Springfield's limited employment landscape, the gravitational pull of established routine and social community, perhaps the same cognitive effects of the contaminated environment that have slowed everyone else. Carl is in Sector 7G, next to Homer, for the same reason everyone in Springfield is where they are. The system put him there, and the system has kept him there. Lenny Leonard, whose relationship with Carl has been the subject of considerable fan speculation about its precise nature across the show's run, is another person whose apparent simplicity conceals a more complicated interior. Lenny has, in various episodes, been revealed to carry hidden depths, moments of unexpected wisdom, unexpected sadness, unexpected specificity of feeling that emerge briefly and are then submerged again by the return to the default register of the background character. Both of them know Homer. Know him in the way that people who have worked beside someone for decades know them. Not the story Homer tells about himself, but the daily reality of the person. The small habits and the recurring patterns, and the specific ways he is both more and less than his own self-concept. They know what Homer does at the plant. They have seen the donuts in the reactor core, and the naps at the console, and the near catastrophes averted by luck rather than competence. They know what the job is and what Homer is doing it. And they are there too, every day, doing their own jobs in the same facility, breathing the same air, absorbing the same ambient radiation, going to Moe's after work for the same cold beer at the same bar stools. If Lenny and Carl know what the plant is doing to Springfield, and they have enough awareness and enough intelligence to know, if anyone does, then their continued presence there is not ignorance. It is the same calculated accommodation that the show depicts in every long-term Springfield resident. They know, they stay. Because leaving would mean rebuilding everything, and everything that exists here is theirs. The friendships, the routines, the bar stools at Moe's, the specific quality of ordinary Tuesday evenings in Springfield, the costs of leaving exceed the costs of staying, and have for long enough that the calculation has stopped feeling like a calculation and started feeling like simply the way things are. Lenny and Carl are there because Springfield is home. And home is a very powerful word for people who have been breathing its particular air long enough that they carry it with them everywhere they go. On the very last detail, there is a moment in the opening credits of The Simpsons that has been there since 1989, and that almost no one has ever commented on. As the family races toward the couch from their various starting points, Homer leaving the plant, Bart writing on the blackboard, Marge and Maggie shopping, Lisa biking home from school, there is a brief shot of Springfield from above. A wide establishing shot that gives you the town in its entirety, or as much of its entirety as a single frame can contain. The shot is there for less than a second. It is there in every single opening credit sequence that uses it, which is hundreds upon hundreds of episodes across decades of television. And in the wide shot, if you're looking for it, you can see the plant. The cooling towers on the edge of town, the facility that provides Springfield's power and poisons its water and keeps its residents yellow and four-fingered and cognitively compromised and indestructible and unable to age. It's there in the opening credits. It has always been there. Every episode begins with Springfield from above, and every episode, if you look at the right corner of the frame for the 1 second it's visible, shows you the plant. The show has been telling you where it started and where it ends for 36 years. Right there, in the credits. Before the couch gag, before the episode begins, the plant is there, it has always been there, and now you can't unsee it. Welcome to Springfield. True end of script. Total estimated word count. 42,000 plus words. Extended sections and deep dives. Section 1 extended. The yellow skin deeper into the mutation record. Let's stay in Section 1 a little longer, because the yellow skin is connected to a chain of details that deserves more time than a single pass can give it. When Matt Groening was developing the show in the late 1980s, one of the earliest design decisions was the color palette. In an interview years later, Groening described how a colorist named Georgi Pelus suggested the yellow as a way of catching the eye of channel surfers, a theory that makes complete practical sense from a production standpoint. Yellow is unusual for human depiction. It pops. It reads immediately as a signal that something specific options is stylized as happening on the screen. But Groening also mentioned something else in various interviews across the years. The yellow skin was partly about making the characters feel alien. Not alien in a science fiction sense, but alien in the sense of being visibly, consciously removed from any particular real-world ethnic or racial category. By making everyone yellow, the designers created a visual default that didn't map onto any real human population, which meant the show could make any character any identity without the skin color suggesting otherwise. This is a thoughtful and legitimate production rationale. It explains the choice cleanly and sensibly, and yet the show spent 36 years quietly building a narrative context in which the yellow skin has a different explanation available to it. An explanation that lives inside the fiction rather than outside it, that operates by the show's own internal logic rather than the logic of animation production, and that becomes more persuasive every time the show adds another piece to the environmental contamination picture. Consider the specific shade of yellow the show uses. It is not a warm yellow, not a golden tone that reads as sun-kissed or warm weather adjacent. It is a flat, slightly greenish yellow that sits at the intersection of lemon and lime. The specific hex value, if you were to try to match it precisely, is approximately a very specific saturated chartreuse. This is interesting because the color is close to, not identical to, but close to the color associated with certain radiation-related biological changes in animal models. Studies of certain organisms exposed to high levels of environmental radioactivity have documented changes in pigmentation that produce yellowing in tissues. The biological mechanism involves changes in the way cells synthesize and process carotenoids and other pigment precursors, changes that can be triggered by oxidative stress of the kind that radiation exposure produces. This is not to suggest that the animators were drawing on radiation biology when they chose the yellow. They were not. The choice was aesthetic and practical. But the choice, once made, slotted into the show's environmental narrative with a precision that is either a remarkable coincidence or an example of the way stories sometimes find their own internal consistency, regardless of whether the storytellers intended it. The yellow skin works as a mutation detail because it is exactly the kind of subtle, uniform, population-wide physical change that chronic environmental exposure produces. It's not dramatic. It's not grotesque. It doesn't call attention to itself as an abnormality within Springfield, because within Springfield it is the norm. Everyone is yellow. Yellowness is invisible to people who have been yellow their whole lives. This is what chronic contamination actually looks like in human communities. It doesn't look like crisis. It looks like ordinary life, with some unusual features that the people embedded in it have stopped noticing. The families around Chernobyl in the years after the disaster didn't walk around thinking of themselves as contaminated. They thought of themselves as living in the same place they'd always lived, with some new health challenges and some changes they attributed to getting older or to bad luck. The contamination was real and devastating, but from the inside it was invisible. It was just life. Springfield's yellowness is exactly this invisible contamination. It is the most visible thing about the show, and the thing that Springfield's residents have never once discussed in 36 seasons, because it is simply what people look like. It is simply what they are. Now let's look at the animals again, because the animal evidence is some of the show's most specific and most carefully placed. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, appears in Season 2, pulled from the river that runs near the power plant. This is the most famous animal mutation in the show's history, and it has received extensive discussion in the context of the radiation theory. But Blinky is not the only animal in Springfield exhibiting unusual biological characteristics. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family greyhound, has the same morphological profile as his human family members, the same proportional eyes, the same general body language and expressiveness that reads as distinctly Springfield-specific when you compare him to realistic dog depictions elsewhere in animation. He is a dog that looks like a Springfield resident because he has been living in Springfield long enough to bear its marks. The family cat, Snowball, goes through multiple iterations across the show's run, each new cat called Snowball by Lisa to maintain the fiction of continuity, and each iteration has the same general visual profile. They are Springfield cats. They look like cats who have been drinking Springfield water. The pigeons in Springfield's town square, the squirrels in Springfield's parks, the birds that appear in the background of outdoor scenes. When the show bothers to draw these animals with any specificity, they share a quality of visual strangeness that matches the human population. Not dramatically, not in a way that calls attention to itself, but consistently enough that the careful viewer notices. The environment doesn't discriminate. Whatever the plant is releasing into Springfield's ecosystem, it affects biology, all biology. The fish, the mammals, the birds, the insects. The entire living system of Springfield is subject to the same long-term, low-level radioactive stress that has been building in the human population since before the show began. And Burns knows this because Burns has been watching it for decades. His own body is the most intensively monitored case study in this ongoing natural experiment, and his weekly medical treatments are the result of the knowledge gained from that monitoring. He understands the biological effects of his plant's output because he lives with those effects personally, manages them medically, and has been doing so for longer than any other person in Springfield. He is the town's only expert on what it is doing to itself, and he has never shared a word of that expertise with anyone who didn't serve his interests. Let's extend the physical evidence one more time before leaving this section, because there's a category of Springfield-specific physical characteristic that doesn't get discussed as often as the skin and the fingers and the eyes, but which is in some ways the most telling: the overbites. Almost every Springfield resident has a pronounced overbite. The jaw configuration of the population is consistently one in which the upper jaw significantly protrudes beyond the lower, producing the specific dental profile visible in almost every face the show draws. This is a morphological constant across the population, across generations, across socioeconomic categories, across the full range of Springfield's depicted residents. Malocclusion, misalignment of the teeth and jaw, is associated with a range of developmental factors. Genetic components exist, but environmental factors during fetal and early childhood development play a significant role. Thyroid dysfunction, which we've already associated with radiation exposure through its effects on the eyes, also affects jaw and dental development. Certain nutritional deficiencies, which might result from eating food grown in contaminated soil or drinking contaminated water, affect bone development, including the bones of the jaw. A population with a consistent pattern of jaw malformation is a population that has been exposed to a consistent environmental stressor during development. The overbites of Springfield are not a design choice that exists in isolation from the yellow skin and the four fingers and the bulging eyes. They are part of the same pattern, the same picture. Every Springfield face is a record of what the environment has done to the people who grew up in it. The show has been showing you this record since 1989. Section 2 Extended. Treehouse of Horror. The Dreams Within the Dream. Let's return to the Treehouse episodes with a specific focus on what they tell us about Homer, because the coma theory and the treehouse theory intersect in a way that has never been fully articulated. If Homer has been in a coma since April 1993, and if the show's post-season 4 content is the product of his dreaming mind, then the Treehouse of Horror episodes that have aired since that date occupy a specific and unusual position in the structure of the dream. They are, within the coma theory's framework, the dreams within the dream. Think about this carefully. If the entire post-season 4 run of The Simpsons is a coma dream, then the Treehouse of Horror episodes, which are already marked as non-canonical within that dream, as stories within the story, as the acknowledged fictional territory even within the fiction, are the places where Homer's unconscious mind acknowledges that it is dreaming. The Treehouse episodes are the coma dream's moments of lucidity. In a regular dream, you are embedded in the experience. You do not know you are dreaming. The dream presents itself as reality, and you accept it as such, no matter how strange it becomes, because the dreaming mind lacks the metacognitive capacity to step outside the experience and examine it. But in lucid dreaming, in those rare moments of dream state metacognition, where the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming, the rules change. The dreamer can observe the dream, can sometimes influence it, can access a level of awareness that the ordinary dream state denies. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are The Simpsons' annual lucid moments. Once a year, the coma-dreaming Homer becomes aware at some level that he is in a story, that the reality he inhabits is a construction, that the rules can be suspended, that consequences can be lifted, that the narrative can acknowledge its own fictionality. And what does the lucid Homer do with this awareness? He makes horror stories. He tells tales of monsters and death and supernatural menace. He processes, through the horror genre's specific distancing mechanisms, the fears that the ordinary dream cannot accommodate. The fear of death, the fear of being unable to protect his family, the fear of the supernatural forces that his ordinary Springfield life, the life of donuts and beer and couch-sitting and Sector 7G, doesn't provide any framework for confronting. The Treehouse episodes are where Homer's coma dream confronts what the ordinary dream segments cannot, the terror underneath the comfort. The monsters that the warm Springfield evening light keeps at bay during every regular episode, finally given permission to enter the frame. They are not non-canonical diversions. They are the most honest moments in the entire run of the show, precisely because they are the moments when the dream knows it's a dream. And this explains something that has puzzled viewers for years. Why do the Treehouse episodes feel different? Not just tonally, not just because of the horror content, but in some more fundamental way that is hard to articulate. They feel more urgent, more earnest. The comedy in them has a different quality, sharper, stranger, more willing to go to places the regular episodes won't go. They feel like a different show. Because for 1 week a year, the dreaming Homer is a little more awake. And a little more awake means a little more honest. A little more willing to look at the things the ordinary dream carefully keeps in the background. The monsters in the Treehouse episodes are not random horror movie references. They are the specific fears of a man in a hospital bed, dreaming his family through the fog of a coma that has been going on for 3 decades. The fear that his home will turn against him and force his family to destroy each other. The fear of alien things he can't understand taking the people he loves away. The fear of death his own, theirs handled in the only way the dream can handle it, which is by converting it into something theatrical and survivable. In the Treehouse, people die and come back. Death is temporary. The stakes are real enough to feel, but not real enough to stick. And then the episode ends, and everyone is alive again, and the regular dream resumes, and Homer is back on the couch, and the family is intact, and the beer is cold, and the plant is on the skyline. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are Homer's yearly acknowledgement that somewhere beyond the dream, something is very wrong. And his way of managing that acknowledgement is to dress it in monster costumes and run it through a horror story structure, and then fold it back into the ordinary. Every year, every October, for 30+ years. The monster is always there, waiting at the edge of the dream. And every Halloween, Homer lets it in just long enough to look at it, and then he sends it back, because the dream isn't over yet. He's not ready. Section 3 Extended. Marge the Patience as Strategy. The most important thing about Marge Simpson's patience is that it is not a character flaw. This is worth stating explicitly because the show's comedic framework often presents Marge's capacity for tolerance as a foible. The straight man exasperation that provides the contrast for Homer's chaos, the sighing maternal presence whose limits are occasionally tested for comic effect before the balance is restored. The show knows this, and it uses it, but the patience is also a strategy. A sophisticated, long-term, carefully calibrated strategy that has been operating across 36 years with a consistency and effectiveness that deserves real attention. Marge Simpson has managed Homer Simpson for 3.5 decades. This sentence sounds dismissive of her, but consider what it actually means. Homer Simpson is a man with an IQ of 55, a crayon embedded in his brain tissue, the physical resilience of a cartoon character, the emotional vocabulary of a golden retriever, and a job at the most dangerous industrial facility in the history of fiction. Managing this person, keeping him alive, keeping him employed, keeping him connected to his family, keeping the household functional, keeping the children developing into recognizable humans rather than purely chaotic reflections of their father, is a project of extraordinary complexity and demanding continuous attention. Marge manages this project without letting it look like management. This is the strategic genius of her patience. Homer does not experience himself as being managed. Homer experiences himself as living his life, making his choices, having his adventures, suffering his consequences, and then returning home where Marge is. He does not experience Marge as a force that is shaping his behavior, influencing his choices, creating the conditions that allow him to survive his own existence. But she is. The specific mechanisms of Marge's management of Homer are distributed across hundreds of episodes and are rarely the subject of direct attention, which is itself part of the strategy. She catches him before he falls in ways he doesn't notice as being caught. She redirects impulses that would be catastrophic into expressions that are merely chaotic. She provides the structure, the meal schedule, the household routine, the bedtimes and the school pickups, and the social obligations within which Homer's life has enough predictability to function. Without Marge, Homer would not survive his own existence. This is not hyperbole. The show has depicted scenarios in which Marge and Homer are separated, in which the household loses Marge's organizational presence, in which Homer is required to manage his own life without her as the structural support. The results are consistently disastrous in ways that go beyond the comedic. Homer doesn't just make bad decisions without Marge. He stops making decisions coherently. The cognitive architecture that allows him to navigate his daily existence depends on Marge's presence in it the way a building depends on its load-bearing walls. And Marge knows this. Of course she knows this. She has been watching it operate for decades. She knows exactly what she provides and exactly what would happen if she stopped providing it. This is the source of her patience. Not infinite tolerance, not saintly forbearance, not a personality trait that makes her incapable of frustration. Strategic patience. The patience of a person who understands the consequences of the available alternatives clearly enough to choose the current arrangement, even when the current arrangement is difficult. Marge stays because leaving would mean abandoning Homer to himself. And whatever her frustrations with her marriage and the show documents them extensively. Honestly, without resolution, she is constitutionally unable to do that. Not because she is weak or codependent or lacks the resources to build a different life. Because she has looked at Homer Simpson, really looked at him, seen what he is and why he is it, and chosen to be there. The choice is not the problem. The choice, made clearly and with full knowledge, is not a failure of autonomy. It is, in its way, one of the most principled decisions any character in the show makes. The problem, the thing the show circles without quite landing on, is that the choice was never supposed to be permanent. The blue hair went up before Homer. The monument was constructed before the marriage. Marge arrived at her relationship with Homer, already carrying the architecture of the strategic self she would deploy to survive it. She knew what she was getting into, or she knew enough to prepare for it. And she has been prepared for it, every day, for 36 years. The saxophone is Lisa's pressure release. The blue tower is Marge's. Both of them have found the specific form of expression that the structure of their lives allows them, and both of them have organized their most authentic selves around that one permitted channel of release. The difference is that Marge chose her channel. Lisa was handed hers by circumstance. And in a town that has removed almost every form of genuine agency from its residents, the ability to choose your own pressure release might be the closest thing to freedom that Springfield provides. Section 4 Extended. The Children of Springfield and What the School Made Them. The school produced more than just Bart and Lisa. Springfield Elementary is the institution through which every child in the town passes, and the ones we see most clearly. Bart and Lisa represent two specific outcomes of an institutional process that has been running for decades. But they are not the only outcomes. Nelson Muntz is the school's most visible product of deprivation combined with institutional neglect. Nelson is a bully. The show established this early and has maintained it as a defining characteristic. But the show has also, across many seasons, provided a detailed portrait of the circumstances that produced Nelson's aggression and isolation. His home life is a masterpiece of satirical understatement. His mother is absent, variously depicted as having run off, being incapacitated, being involved in situations that never quite resolve. His father is equally absent or problematic. Nelson lives in a house that is in a perpetual state of physical deterioration, in a level of material poverty that makes the Simpson household look prosperous, in a social context that has never once provided him with the adult attention and support that children require. Springfield Elementary's response to Nelson is to treat him as a disciplinary problem, a behavior issue, something to be managed and contained rather than understood or addressed at the level of its actual causes. Principal Skinner, or Tamzarian, responds to Nelson's behavior with detention, punishment, escalating disciplinary measures that do nothing to change the conditions producing the behavior. This is not educational malpractice in the dramatic sense. It is ordinary institutional failure, repeated daily, across years of Nelson's childhood, converting a child who is born with the same human needs as every other child into someone whose primary social skill is coercion. The school did not make Nelson violent, but it failed to make him anything else, and a child who is not given the tools to be anything other than what the worst of his circumstances produces will use the only tools available to him. Nelson's famous laugh, the ha-ha, that serves as the show's shorthand for his character, is pointed always outward. It is directed at the misfortunes of others. It is the laugh of someone who has learned that other people's suffering is entertainment because his own suffering was entertainment to no one. It found no audience, generated no response, produced no change. If you can't be seen in your pain, the next best thing is to see pain. Milhouse Van Houten is the school's product of a different kind of failure, not material deprivation, but emotional exposure to adult dysfunction that children cannot process. Milhouse's parents have one of the more honestly depicted difficult marriages in the show, cycling through separation, attempted reconciliation, and various phases of mutual resentment in ways that Milhouse is never shielded from and never given appropriate support to navigate. He is anxious. He is approval-seeking. He is attached to Bart with an intensity that borders on desperation, because Bart's friendship is the one consistent source of social connection Milhouse has access to, and the prospect of losing it is terrifying to a child who has already watched his primary family structure fracture repeatedly. Springfield Elementary does not help Milhouse with any of this. The school's institutional capacity for emotional support is as limited as its academic resources. There is no counselor who sits with Milhouse and helps him understand that his parents' problems are not his fault. There is no teacher who notices that his anxiety is disproportionate to ordinary childhood social stress and connects it to the circumstances of his home life. He is, like Nelson, like Bart, like Lisa, like every Springfield Elementary student we see clearly enough to form a picture of, being processed by an institution that lacks the resources and the will to see him clearly. He graduates each grade or doesn't, depending on the episode, carrying whatever the school and the home and the contaminated Springfield environment have built into him. And he continues, and continues. Because in Springfield, everybody continues. That is the one thing the loop guarantees. Continuation. Not healing, not growth, not the accumulation of enough support and enough tools to build a life that exceeds the circumstances of its formation. Just continuation. Springfield Elementary produces people who will keep going, who will endure, who will continue to inhabit Springfield and to work in Springfield's limited economy and to send their own children through Springfield Elementary in due time. The school is not failing to educate Springfield's children. It is educating them perfectly for the lives they will actually lead. It is installing in them exactly the qualities they will need to be Springfield's next generation of residents. Resilience without aspiration, endurance without direction, social bonds tight enough to keep people from leaving, ambition deflated enough that the question of where else one might go never quite becomes urgent enough to act on. It is graduating Springfield every year, every generation. And the children line up and march through and come out the other side, ready for the plant and the quickie mart and the bar and the church and the loop that has been waiting for them since before they were born. Section 5 Extended. The Catalog of Homer's Survivals. The specific instances deserve documentation because the pattern only becomes undeniable when you sit with its full extent. Homer falls down Springfield Gorge not once, but twice in the same sequence. The first fall is survivable in cartoon physics terms. The gorge is deep, but not impossibly so. The second fall, after he has already landed and been loaded into an ambulance, and the ambulance has crashed, and he has somehow become airborne again, defies even the generous physics of animation entirely. This is a man falling from height after already having fallen from height, with intervening trauma in between. The accumulated damage of this sequence, by any biological calculation, is fatal. He walks away from it. In another episode, Homer is electrocuted at the voltage sufficient to power industrial equipment. The show depicts this visually in ways that make clear this is not a minor shock. His skeleton is visible through his skin. His hair catches fire. The electrical current running through him is sustained and powerful. The neurological damage from electrical shock of this intensity is not recoverable. Cardiac arrest, brain damage, damage to the peripheral nervous system, these are the documented outcomes of the level of shock the show depicts. He is fine by the next scene. Homer is shot. Specifically, and unambiguously shot with a firearm at close range. The bullet wound is depicted as real and serious. He goes to the hospital, and then he recovers, completely without lasting consequence, in the span of a plot arc that the show does not sustain beyond its immediate narrative purpose. He falls off a cliff, multiple times across multiple episodes. The show occasionally uses different cliffs as the location, but the pattern is consistent. Homer falls from heights that, by the physics of falling bodies, should produce forces on impact that exceed the capacity of any biological system to survive. He is swallowed by animals and escapes. He is caught in explosions at distances that should be lethal from the overpressure alone. He is run over by vehicles. He is submerged and drowned and revived. He is subjected to extreme cold, extreme heat, extreme internal and external physical stresses that map, if you're tracking the biology carefully, to a cumulative damage profile that would require not just extraordinary healing capacity, but something closer to cellular reconstitution. The show attributes some of this to Homer's specific physiology, the fat layer, the protective adipose tissue that surrounds his vital organs. Some of it is simply the cartoon physics of the animated medium, which has its own conventions about what injuries mean and how characters recover from them. But neither explanation fully covers the pattern. The fat layer is a real biological concept and a real element of Homer's established physiology within the show, but it doesn't explain electrical survivals or falls from extreme height or the neurological recovery from what the show depicts as sustained head trauma across literally hundreds of episodes. And cartoon physics, as we've noted, fails to fully explain why Homer's survivability specifically exceeds that of other characters in the show. Other Springfield residents are not depicted as surviving the kinds of trauma Homer survives. They are injured. They recover at realistic rates. Their bodies behave more or less as real bodies behave. Homer is an outlier even within Springfield, and the consistency of his outlier status is too sustained to be explained by simple, inconsistent application of cartoon rules. There is also the matter of what Homer's body does between serious injuries, the healing rate, the speed with which he returns from the edge. Other characters who sustain injuries are shown convalescing, shown with bandages and casts, shown operating at reduced capacity while recovery proceeds. Homer convalesces at a rate that bears no relationship to the severity of the injury sustained. He is back at full function, often within the same episode, from injuries that should require weeks or months of recovery under any realistic model of human healing. This is not just resilience. This is something that operates by different rules than ordinary healing, and the radiation theory has a specific mechanism for this. Upregulation of cellular repair processes as an adaptive response to chronic radiation stress, taken to an extreme that the original evolutionary mechanism was never designed to achieve, but that decades of sustained exposure might, in principle, produce. Homer's body has been managing radiation damage for so long that the repair mechanisms have become extraordinarily capable. Not infinitely capable, Homer does sustain lasting changes from his injuries over the years, and the show occasionally acknowledges cumulative effects, but capable well beyond what any normal human biology could achieve. He is, in the most direct biological sense, an adaptation. Springfield produced him, the plant built him, and he works at the plant that built him, ensuring that the plant keeps running, ensuring that whatever the plant is putting in the water keeps working on the next generation of Springfield residents. The safety inspector is the plant's most successful biological product. Section 6 Extended. The invisible history of what Homer and Barney could have been. There is an episode of The Simpsons called Homer's Barbershop Quartet, in which Homer reveals that, before the events of the show's main timeline, he was briefly a member of a successful musical group, the B Sharps, that achieved national fame and even won a Grammy Award. This happened. In the show's established history, Homer Simpson was part of a Grammy-winning musical act. He never mentions it. He has essentially never mentioned it after the episode in which it is revealed. It is one of dozens of pieces of pre-show history that the floating timeline has gradually accumulated around Homer's character evidence of a person who has had more different lives than the show's surface presentation would suggest. But the Barbershop Quartet detail is interesting for what it says about Homer's capacity for things that his current life doesn't allow. He can sing. He is, apparently, when given the right conditions, capable of the kind of sustained, collaborative, creative effort that produces Grammy-winning music. He has this in him. It was there once, and Barney was in the group with him. For the same brief period of the B Sharps' existence, Barney Gumble, who by the time the episode airs has been the town drunk for as long as the show has depicted him, was a capable, contributing member of a successful musical act. There was a window, however brief, when the version of Homer and Barney that exists before the beer, and before the plant, and before the Springfield loop fully closed around them was visible, when they were people making something, going somewhere, achieving the kind of modest but genuine success that the American dream promises and Springfield systematically denies, the window closed. The B Sharps dissolved. Homer went back to the plant and Barney went back to the bar, and the brief interlude of possibility was folded into the background history of characters who are defined by what they settled into rather than what they briefly reached. 4. But it was there. The capacity was real. The music happened, and in the specific context of the Homer-Barney friendship, this history is important because it establishes that the friendship was not always the relationship of two people embedded in their limitations. There was a version of it that operated at a higher altitude. A version in which Homer's creativity and Barney's voice and whatever combination of circumstances had briefly aligned to give them access to something beyond Sector 7G and the end barstool. Homer doesn't mourn the B Sharps. He doesn't organize his sense of himself around what that period might have meant. He can't, because the crayon and the radiation and the accumulated cognitive damage of his Springfield existence don't allow him the continuous narrative self-understanding that mourning requires. But the facts are in the show's historical record. Homer was capable of Grammy-winning music. He worked at a nuclear plant instead. Not because the music wasn't there, but because the structure of Springfield life, the economy, the obligations, the weight of the arrangement Burns made with Abe, required that he go back to the plant, and the plant's conditions made sure he stayed there. Springfield takes things and gives nothing back. The B Sharps, the crayon-removed Homer who was brilliant and articulate, the Barney who got into university, the Mona who could have come home, the Lisa who reached 23 in the flash forward and was no longer lonely. Springfield took all of them and gave back the plant and the bar and the saxophone in the evening and the cold beer that is the only thing in the whole loop that is reliable and available and exactly what it promises to be. The beer is always cold at Moe's. That, in Springfield, counts as paradise. Section 7 Extended. Bob's enduring relationship with what could have been. There is a version of Sideshow Bob that the show has only shown us once, and only briefly, but which constitutes one of the most quietly devastating images in the entire run of the series. In the episode where Bob has built a life in Italy where he has the wife and the child and the legitimate work and the community that sees and values him, there is a specific moment that the camera finds before the plot derails it. Bob is in his Italian garden. He is working with his hands, cultivating something growing. He is visible, in this moment, as a person at peace. Not the peace of the performatively content, not the peace of someone who has suppressed their authentic self and called the suppression serenity. Genuine peace, the specific quality of stillness that belongs to a person who has found, however temporarily, the context that their nature requires. Bob is capable of this. That's what the scene establishes. The Italian garden, the family, the work that engages his actual abilities, these are not the setup for a joke about how the life was always artificial. They are a real depiction of a real possibility that actually existed for this character. And then Bart shows up, and the possibility collapses. The show wants this to read as comedy, and it succeeds as comedy. But underneath the comedy, in the structure of what has just happened, something genuinely sad has occurred. A man found his way to something good, something real, something that his capacities and his needs had been pointing toward for decades. And the specific pathology that Springfield installed in him, the antagonistic relationship with Bart, the obsessive need to continue the contest, the compulsion toward the theatrical gesture of revenge that has defined his identity since the day Krusty first hit him in the face, pulled him out of it. Springfield doesn't need to be present to keep its hold on people. That's the most frightening thing the show ever demonstrates about its own geography. You can leave Springfield. You can build a life somewhere else, in a different country, with people who don't know your history, and don't need you to be anything you don't want to be. And Springfield will reach you there, through the person you became inside its borders, through the patterns it installed, through the specific damage it did to the specific version of you that was shaped by its particular combination of contamination and institutional failure and social consensus and managed insufficiency. Bob left Springfield and built a garden in Italy and was almost a different person. And then Springfield arrived, wearing Bart's face, and found him. Because it always finds you. The radiation carries with you. The loop runs inside you. The person Springfield made of you doesn't dissolve in Italian sunlight, no matter how warm the garden is. Sideshow Bob is the show's clearest evidence for the reach of Springfield's gravity. You can get out. You cannot escape what you left with. Section 8 Extended. Helen Lovejoy and the Moral Economy of Performance. Helen Lovejoy says, "Won't somebody please think of the children at the average rate of approximately once every 2 to 3 seasons." This is often cited as one of the show's more reliable running jokes, but let's examine the specific episodes in which Helen deploys this phrase, because the pattern of when it appears and when it doesn't tells you something important about what the phrase actually does. Helen invokes the children during the episode in which the Simpson family temporarily adopts a new television set with slightly more permissive content standards. She invokes them during an episode about a provocative new artistic installation in Springfield's public square. She invokes them during controversies about dress codes and music content, and the various social issues that constitute the culture war territory of small-town American conservatism. She does not invoke the children when the power plant safety record is discussed. She does not invoke them when the water supply contamination is addressed. She does not invoke them during the episode in which Springfield Elementary loses its oil well funding and becomes even more materially impoverished than it was before. The children Helen worries about are hypothetical children threatened by hypothetical moral dangers. The children who are actually being harmed, actually drinking the water, actually receiving the inadequate education, actually developing inside a contaminated environment, These children are not the ones Helen is thinking about. This distinction between performed moral concern and functional moral concern is one of the show's most precise satirical instruments. It captures something real about how communities manage the gap between their stated values and their actual behavior. The stated value is protect the children. The actual behavior is protecting the comfortable consensus that allows the community to continue as it is. As long as Helen is concerned about the children, she is doing her part. The specific children in her actual community and their specific material circumstances are a separate matter, one that doesn't require the same urgent theatrical response because it doesn't threaten the consensus the way cultural controversies do. Cultural controversies are managed through public moral performance. Environmental contamination is managed through not looking directly at it. Helen looks at everything that needs to be looked at loudly and publicly. She looks away from everything that needs to be looked at quietly and honestly. And in this, she is, the show suggests, perfectly representative of a particular and deeply American type of civic engagement, the kind that is always audible, always visible, always present when the media is watching, and entirely absent from the places where the actual damage is happening. The children of Springfield are drinking contaminated water. Helen Lovejoy is very concerned about the content of the cartoon they're watching while they drink it. Section 9 Extended. The Quickie Mart at 3 a.m. What Springfield needs from its all-night institutions. The Quickie Mart is open at 3 a.m. Think about who needs a convenience store to be open at 3 a.m. in a small American town. Not the daytime population of Springfield, the workers heading to the plant, the parents doing school runs, the ordinary commercial traffic of a functioning community's daily life. The 3 a.m. customer is someone operating outside the ordinary structure of daily life. They are awake when Springfield is asleep. They need something food, drink, a particular product at an hour when the rest of the town's commercial infrastructure is unavailable. They are, by definition, outside the routine. Having trouble sleeping, working a night shift, coming back from somewhere at an unusual hour, coping with something by being out and about when the expected behavior is to be in and still. Springfield's 3 a.m. population is a population in difficulty of some kind. And Apu is there for them? This is one of the things the show depicts about the Quickie Mart, that its franchise context and its economic structure and its commentary on immigrant experience don't fully capture. The store is a community resource in a specific and unglamorous way. It is the place you can go when everything else is closed. When the need is immediate and the alternatives are unavailable, and the 3 a.m. feeling of the world is prevacing in from every direction. Apu serves these customers. He serves them with the same efficiency and the same professional competence that he brings to the daytime rush. He doesn't ask what they're doing up at this hour. He doesn't editorialize about the nutritional quality of what they're buying. He is there, behind the register, and whatever they need, he has it. There's a generosity in this that the show occasionally allows to surface between the jokes about expired products and inflated prices. Apu provides a service that Springfield cannot do without, in a form that requires his constant presence and his complete commitment. He gives the town what the 3 a.m. feeling requires, night after night, for as long as the show has been running, and the show gives him relatively little in return. His story, his complexity, his specific grievances and specific joys, these are present but not primary. He serves the plot when the plot needs a convenience store. He is background when the plot needs background. He is exploited by the corporate structure he works within and by the narrative structure he inhabits, and the show is at least honest enough to acknowledge this without claiming it has fully resolved the tension. The Quickie Mart at 3 a.m. is Springfield's most honest institution, because it doesn't pretend to be anything other than what it is, a place of last resort, open when everything else is closed, managed by a man who has organized his entire existence around being available. Section 10, Extended. Ralph Wiggum and the town's gentlest tragedy. Ralph Wiggum is not a joke. This is a sentence the show would not say. Ralph is absolutely a joke, designed as a joke, deployed as a joke, remembered by viewers as a joke. His lines, "My cat's breath smells like cat food, I choose you, will you be my mommy," are among the most quoted and most beloved non sequiturs in the show's history. But Ralph Wiggum is also a child. A real, specific, depicted child who has a father and a mother and a house and a school and a trajectory through Springfield that the show occasionally allows to come into focus before the comedy reasserts itself. And what comes into focus, when it does, is a child of extraordinary gentleness, navigating a world that has very limited use for extraordinary gentleness. Ralph's cognitive profile, the specific way his mind works, the particular logic of his associations, the things he notices and the things he doesn't, is depicted in ways that are recognizable to anyone familiar with children who process the world differently. He is not simply confused. He is following a different map, one that leads through the same territory as everyone else's map but arrives at different destinations. His experience of Springfield Elementary is one of quiet, ongoing exclusion from the social world of his peers. He is not targeted the way other marginal children are targeted. He is too undefended for cruelty, which deflects it. But he is not included either. He moves through the school's social landscape as a kind of separate thing, beloved by no one, connected to nothing, occupying a space that the institution has simply never figured out what to do with. And his father is the chief of police, which means that the one institutional protection available to children who fall outside the community's norms and the presence of a powerful adult who will advocate for them is, in Ralph's case, occupied by a man who doesn't notice Ralph's social situation because he doesn't notice most things that don't immediately require a response. Ralph will grow up in Springfield. He will be one of the community's most genuine inhabitants, someone who experiences it without irony, without the protective cynicism that the more self-aware characters deploy, without any of the strategies for surviving the gap between what Springfield is and what it presents itself as. He takes Springfield at face value. And Springfield, taken at face value, is the town it shows Ralph, kind enough in the abstract, indifferent enough in the particular, full of adults who mean well in general and are unavailable specifically. He will be okay? The show implies this. Ralph's fundamental sweetness is, in the Springfield ecosystem, a kind of protection. He is too gentle to generate the enmity that ambition or intelligence or visibility would produce. He moves through the loop quietly, noticed when he is funny and overlooked otherwise, making friends when the plot requires it, and dissolving back into the background when it doesn't. He is Springfield's most willing inhabitant. He is also, in a way that the comedy never quite overwhelms, the person who has been given the least to work with of anyone the show depicts. He has Wiggum's love, which is genuine if inattentive. He has Springfield's ambient warmth, which is real if insufficient. He has the loop, which keeps him safe in the specific way the loop keeps everyone safe, by preventing change. Ralph will always be in the third grade. He will always be in Springfield. He will always say things that make the people around him laugh without understanding why. And maybe in Springfield that's a life. Section 11 Extended. The saxophone. As the show's moral center, Lisa's saxophone is an instrument that should not sound the way it sounds. A saxophone played by an 8-year-old with 2 years of lessons would produce something that is technically competent at best and frequently painful. The saxophone is a physically demanding instrument with a learning curve steep enough that most adult players spend years developing the embouchure and breath control required to produce a pleasing tone. Lisa Simpson produces jazz. Genuine, expressive, emotionally sophisticated jazz, with a tone that professional players would recognize as the product of developed technique and musical intelligence. The show never explains this. It simply presents it as fact. Lisa plays the saxophone at a level of accomplishment that should require years of adult study, and she does it at the age of 8, and she does it every time the show needs a visual representation of her interior life. The saxophone's sound is the show's moral compass, not in the preachy, issue of the week sense that Lisa's character sometimes falls into in the weaker episodes. In a deeper, more structural sense, the saxophone is the one thing in Springfield that operates at the level the situation actually deserves. Everything else in Springfield, the dialogue, the comedy, the institutional structures, the behaviors of its residents, exists in a kind of managed register that keeps the horror at a tolerable distance. The saxophone doesn't keep anything at a distance. When Lisa plays, the distance collapses. The feeling that the comedy maintains at arm's length enters the frame without the comedy's protection. This is why the saxophone scenes are among the most memorable in the show's entire run, despite their brevity. They operate at a different frequency than everything around them. They are the moments when the show drops the protective comedy register and allows the feeling of Springfield, the accumulated weight of it, the yellow skin and the contaminated water, and the institutional failure, and the loop that won't end to be present in the air. Lisa plays when the world is too much, and the music is too much in exactly the right way. Too much beauty, too much feeling, too much honesty about what it is to be this specific child in this specific place. The saxophone is what the show would sound like if the show could admit what it is. And Lisa plays it alone, in the Springfield evening, because there is no one else around who can receive the frequency at which she operates. She plays it anyway. That's the whole story. That's the moral center. A girl playing music no one is there to hear, in a contaminated town, at a level of accomplishment that the town gave her nothing to develop, toward no audience, for no purpose other than the necessity of expression. That is what survives in Springfield. That is what the loop cannot extinguish. Not the plant, not the school, not the police, not the church, not the radiation and not the denial, and not the billionaire who has been managing the whole arrangement since before most of the town was born. What survives is the saxophone. The music that is too much and too honest, and playing in an empty yard in Springfield at the end of an episode that reset everything that happened before it. The music is still there. It has always been there. Section 12. Extended. The audience as Springfield. The final theory. Here is the final theory. The one that encompasses all the others. The one that doesn't require a single piece of canonical evidence, because it is not about the show at all. It is about us. We have been watching The Simpsons for 36 years. We have watched the yellow skin and never asked about the yellow skin. We have watched the four fingers and never asked about the four fingers. We have watched the plant on the skyline and accepted it as background detail. We have watched Homer survive the unsurvivable and accepted it as cartoon physics. We have watched Lisa play the saxophone alone and absorbed it as character texture. We have watched the loop run and reset and run again and called it episodic storytelling. We have done, in our relationship to the show, exactly what Springfield's residents do in their relationship to their town. We have acclimated. We have been watching so long and so regularly and with so much accumulated familiarity that what is clearly strange has become simply familiar. What should produce questions has become the comfortable background against which the jokes arrive. We live in Springfield the way Springfield's residents do, embedded in it, normalized to it, unable to see it clearly, because seeing it clearly would require the kind of distance that 36 years of continuous inhabitation makes very difficult. The theories in this video, the radiation, the coma, the shooting, the immortality, the collective denial exist because some viewers have managed to maintain enough distance, have stepped back far enough from the familiar to see the yellow as yellow again, have asked the question that Springfield never allows: what is wrong here? And the answer they found, the answer we've been following for the past several hours, is not really about The Simpsons. It is about America. About the specific American version of this problem, which is the problem of a community that has been living with its own contamination for so long that the contamination is invisible. The nuclear plants and their safety violations. The billionaires and their regulatory capture. The schools underfunded by design, the police forces shaped to protect the arrangement, the churches that take the checks, the institutions that process children into the workforce that the economy requires, the environmental contamination in the water and the air that has been documented and ignored and documented again. These things exist. They are not The Simpsons. They are the country The Simpsons has been depicting for 36 years. And we have been watching the depiction week after week, and laughing, and going to bed, and getting up the next morning, and going about our lives in communities that have, in their own ways, their own plants on the skyline, and their own contaminated water, and their own Homer Simpsons working the safety inspector job, because the alternative, a competent safety inspector who actually shuts things down, is the one thing the system cannot afford. The Simpsons is a mirror. And we have been looking into it for 36 years without being quite able to see our own reflection, because the face looking back at us is yellow, and the person we are is not yellow, and this difference has allowed us to maintain the comfortable belief that Springfield is over there and we are over here. But Springfield is every town. That was always the point. That was the production rationale for the yellow skin and the deliberate geographic impossibility and the floating timeline that keeps the show's present always aligned with the viewer's present. Springfield was designed to be everywhere you are. You live in Springfield. You have always lived in Springfield. The plant is on your skyline. The water has been running through your pipes. The institution that was supposed to serve you has been serving someone else instead. And you have been watching the couch gag and laughing at Homer's pratfall and feeling, every Sunday night for 36 years, the specific comfort of coming home to a family that is still there, still intact, still on the couch, still surviving the unsurvivable. Because if they can survive it, maybe we can too. This is why we need them. This is why the loop cannot end. This is why we pressed pause in 1989 and have been watching the same family in the same house, on the same street, in the same town ever since. We need the evidence. We need to watch Homer survive the falls, and Marge keep the peace, and Lisa play the saxophone, and Maggie watch everything from behind those enormous eyes, and the family land on the couch, and the episode end with the house intact. We need Springfield to keep going, because Springfield keeping going means we keep going, and we are not ready to stop. We are never going to be ready. And so Springfield stays, and the loop turns. And somewhere in a hospital bed in a state that cannot be named, a man with a crayon in his brain dreams his family in perfect preservation, and the dream is so warm and so complete that we have been living inside it alongside him for 36 years without noticing that we were dreaming. We thought we were watching. We were dreaming. Good night, Springfield. Good night, America. Good night, everyone watching this at an hour when the rest of the world is asleep. From wherever you are, with whatever brought you here tonight, the couch is still there, the family is still on it. The loop is still running. Come home whenever you need to. Springfield will be here. It always is. Final end. Additional deep dives. The details that fell through the cracks. Deep dive. The bowling alley and the marriage that almost wasn't. There is an episode called Life on the Fast Lane, the 9th episode of the first season, which means it aired in the very earliest period of the show, when the writers were still finding the exact register that would carry the series for decades. It is one of the most honest episodes of the show's entire run, and it is honest in a way that is surprising given how early it appeared. The premise is simple. Marge is given a bowling ball for her birthday by Homer. The gift is transparently selfish. Homer can't bowl, but Marge can, so the ball is really for Homer. Marge, wounded by the thoughtlessness of the gift, decides to use the bowling ball herself, and at the lanes, she meets a French bowling instructor named Jacques. Jacques is charming, attentive, and interested in Marge in ways that Homer has stopped being. An emotional affair develops. Marge is genuinely tempted, and then, at the episode's climax, she chooses Homer. Not dramatically, not through any single confrontation or resolution. She gets off the bus that would take her to Jacques' apartment and instead goes to the power plant to find her husband. Homer, who has spent the episode learning to make breakfast in bed as a gesture of appreciation, meets her at the door. They embrace. The episode ends. This is the entire story. And the entire story is, on its surface, a fairly conventional sitcom plot about a marriage tested by outside temptation and restored by the discovery of the couple's underlying connection. But here's what the episode actually depicts. Marge's temptation is real. The show doesn't play Jacques as a cartoon villain whose appeal is obviously false. He is genuinely appealing, genuinely attentive in ways that Homer has not been, genuinely capable of the kind of sustained focus on Marge as a person that the marriage has stopped providing. The bowling lessons are intimate. The conversations are real. The emotional connection that develops is depicted as something that Marge experiences as nourishing rather than threatening. She wants it, not with the full weight of a permanent choice, but in the specific and painful way that a person wants something they know they probably won't take the possibility of being seen differently, being known differently, being in a relationship that offers a different quality of attention than the one they are in. And she goes back to Homer. The show has always wanted this to read as a triumph of love, of the deep bond that underlies the surface chaos of the Simpson marriage, of Marge's choice as an affirmation of what she and Homer have built together. But there is another reading available, and the show provides enough material for it without quite committing to it. Marge goes back because she goes back, not because Jacques is revealed to be false or inadequate. not because some dramatic revelation demonstrates that Homer is better for her than she thought. The episode doesn't give her a reason, in the narrative sense, to prefer Homer. It gives her a feeling. The feeling of the plant, the feeling of Homer's specific presence in it, the specific way he is someone she knows completely, the way the familiarity of him, even with all its failures and limitations, constitutes a kind of home. She chooses the familiar. She chooses the known. She chooses the person who, despite everything, is her person. And the show honors that choice while also, quietly, acknowledging what it cost. The episode doesn't pretend that the choice was easy or that the temptation wasn't real. It doesn't retroactively diminish Jacques or dismiss Marge's feelings for him as misguided. It simply shows her making the choice, and the choice is weighted by everything that came before it. This is the Springfield marriage at its most honest, a relationship that is genuinely difficult, genuinely insufficient in specific ways, and genuinely chosen anyway. Not because it is perfect, not because the other options are false, because the years and the children and the specific history of two people who became each other's primary reality have produced something that is, in its way, irreversible. You can leave, but you can never leave the relationship you had. And the relationship you had is, by this point, most of who you are. Marge knows this. She has always known this. And the blue tower keeps going up in the morning, and the breakfast gets made, and Homer stumbles through the door at 5:30, and the loop runs. Deep dive. Krusty the Clown and the Performance of Happiness. Herschel, Schmoikel, Pinchas, Yerucham, Krustovsky, Krusty the Clown is the show's most obvious meditation on the gap between performance and reality, and it is so obvious that the show has used it as a comedy engine for 36 years, without the meditation ever fully landing as the devastating portrait it actually is. Krusty performs happiness for a living. He performs it for children, specifically, which means he is in the business of manufacturing the appearance of joy for the most vulnerable possible audience. Children who do not yet have the cognitive apparatus to distinguish performed emotion from genuine emotion, who receive Krusty's painted smile and his exaggerated laughter as real because they have not yet learned that things can be performed. And Krusty is, in his private life, one of the most consistently miserable characters in Springfield. The show has documented this extensively, the gambling addiction that periodically destabilizes his finances, the complicated relationship with his rabbi father, who could not accept his son's choice of comedy as a career and from whom Krusty spent years estranged, the cynicism about his audience that the show allows to surface in moments when Krusty drops the performance register and speaks plainly, the sense of having spent a life making other people laugh while his own relationship to joy remained complicated and essentially private. Bart idolizes Krusty. This is one of the show's foundational character dynamics, the anarchic child and the professional clown, the relationship that bypasses the ordinary hierarchies of Springfield's adult world and offers Bart something that the adults around him rarely provide: the sense of being genuinely entertained by a person who has made entertainment his entire vocation. But Bart's relationship to Krusty is a relationship to the performance. He loves the clown, the character, the painted face and the exaggerated laugh and the specific crustiness that fills his television screen every afternoon. The actual Krusty Herschel, the rabbi's son, the gambling addict, the man who has spent a lifetime performing joy he doesn't feel, is not the person Bart knows. This is not Bart's failure. This is what performances do. They replace the person with the character. They create a relationship between the audience and the character that excludes the person behind it. Krusty has been performing so consistently and for so long that the character has become more real in Springfield's social fabric than the person, which means Krusty is, in his own way, doing the same thing Marge does with the Blue Tower. He is presenting a performed version of himself to the world, maintaining it with professional consistency and keeping whatever is behind it private. The difference is that Marge's performance is strategic and Krusty's is professional. Marge chose to perform stability. Krusty was hired to perform joy. And joy, it turns out, is the hardest thing to perform for 30 years without running out of the capacity to feel it. Krusty has a heart. The show reveals this occasionally, in episodes that step behind the performance and show the specific, limited, complicated person who has been doing the clown thing all this time. His reconciliation with his father is one of the show's genuinely moving storylines, the rabbi's eventual acceptance of his son's vocation, the closing of a gap that had defined Krusty's personal life for decades. But the reconciliation doesn't change what performing joy for 30 years does to a person's relationship to their own emotions. The mechanism works by separation. The professional performance of happiness requires maintaining a division between the performed state, and the authentic state requires being able to turn it on and off, to occupy it without being occupied by it. The person who does this for long enough eventually loses track of which side of the division they're on. Krusty performs happiness at Springfield Elementary every afternoon, including the afternoons that are personally terrible, including the afternoons after bad nights at the casino, including the afternoons when the specific misery of his actual life is present and heavy, and the makeup and the suit and the painted smile are the only things between him and the audience seeing what's underneath. And the children watch, and they laugh, and they receive the performance as genuine, and they grow up believing that happiness is available in that exaggerated, theatrical, relentlessly performative form. This is what Springfield teaches its children about joy in one of its most visible institutions. Joy is a clown. It is painted on, it is loud, it is professional and reliable and available on a schedule. And the person behind it is somewhere else, managing their own relationship to the performance they have committed to, finding whatever private space is available in a life that has become organized around the delivery of something they may no longer personally possess. Krusty is still performing. He will always be performing. Because in Springfield, the performance continues regardless. Deep dive. The Flanders boys and what the system did to them. Rod and Todd Flanders are the two children that Springfield's most deliberate parenting is producing. Ned Flanders has, as we have examined, been psychologically conditioned to perform goodness rather than express it. His entire emotional life runs through a reprogramming that happened before he was old enough to choose, and the result is a man of enormous suppressed feeling who can only express anything through the specific channels that the conditioning permits. And he is raising his children in the same framework. Rod and Todd are quiet, devout, obedient, and careful. They do not rebel. They do not create disorder. They say their prayers and eat their vegetables and go to church and present to Springfield a vision of childhood that is so composed, so free of the ordinary chaos of children, that it reads as either extraordinary accomplishment or something more troubling. Children are supposed to be disorderly. Children are supposed to test limits, challenge authority, create messes, pursue their own interests at the expense of adult convenience. This is not a bug of childhood development. It is the feature through which children develop autonomy and self-concept and the ability to navigate a world that will frequently frustrate them. Rod and Todd do not do this. They are, within the framework of Ned's parenting, children who have been given a very complete set of rules and a very complete set of answers, and who have been, through the combination of those rules and Ned's modeling of behavioral compliance, shaped into children who occupy the space their family's structure provides without straining at its edges. This is the Flanders household's version of what the plant does to Homer. Not cognitive impairment, but behavioral channeling. Not radiation damage, but the gentler, more socially acceptable form of limitation that comes from having the available options shaped by a framework before you're old enough to understand what you're being shaped into. The boys will grow up in Springfield. They will go to Springfield schools and drink Springfield water and exist in Springfield's ambient environment. They will carry whatever the Flanders framework has installed in them alongside whatever the town has installed. And when they are adults, when the conditioning and the contamination and the specific quality of Springfield childhood have produced the people they will become, they will look at their own children and have the same choices their father had. To pass the framework forward, to install the same framework, to keep the loop running. Because in Springfield, the loop runs through the children. The contamination is multi-generational. The institutional failures reproduce themselves. The conditioning is inherited. Rod and Todd are nice boys. Springfield will have them for a very long time. Deep dive. The plants in the background and the ecology of Springfield's dysfunction. There is a detail that appears in the background of dozens of Springfield exterior scenes that most viewers have never consciously registered. The plants are dying. Not dramatically, not in a way that produces a dead, burnt-out landscape. But the vegetation of Springfield, the lawns, the street trees, the park plantings, the various greenery that populates the backgrounds of the show's outdoor sequences has a quality of managed struggle that is visible if you're looking for it. It is not the lush green of a thriving community. It is the specific gray-green of plants that are growing in suboptimal conditions, that are getting enough of what they need to avoid outright failure, but not enough to thrive. The Flanders lawn is always depicted as lush and healthy, and this is a running joke. Ned's excessively maintained property versus Homer's somewhat deteriorated one. But even Ned's lawn, outside the specific context of the Flanders-Homer comparison, has a quality that isn't quite what it should be for a well-maintained suburban property in a climate that the show has depicted as capable of supporting vegetation. Springfield's ecology, the full ecological system of living things that inhabit and surround the town, has been affected by the same contamination that has affected its human population. Plants absorb what's in the soil and the water. Trees metabolize what's in the air. The invisible poison that has been leaking from the plant for decades doesn't stop at the skin of the people who drink the water. It enters the soil. It affects the root systems of every plant growing within Springfield's contamination zone. The three-eyed fish was not a unique mutation event. It was the most visually dramatic, visible manifestation of a contamination that has been working throughout the entire ecosystem. Every living thing in Springfield is, to varying degrees, growing in the same contaminated medium. Every living thing is bearing some version of the marks that Blinky bore so visibly. The birds that fly over Springfield, the trees lining Evergreen Terrace, the grass of the baseball diamonds where Springfield's teams play and the children run, the gardens that Ned tends with such devoted care, the wildflowers in the meadow outside town where Homer occasionally finds himself during one of his more rural adventures, all of it is Springfield's ecology. All of it has been growing in the shadow of those cooling towers, in the water that runs through the channels from the plant's cooling system, in the air that carries whatever the plant releases. The ecology of Springfield is the contamination made visible in every living thing, and we watch it every week in the backgrounds of outdoor scenes, the slightly gray-green quality of the vegetation, the plants that are enduring rather than thriving. We have been watching it for 36 years without seeing it. Deep Dive. Professor Frink and the knowledge that stays safely contained. Springfield has a scientist, Professor Frink John Nerdlebaum Frink Jr., is a recurring character who represents Springfield's only resident with the academic background and the intellectual tools to analyze what is happening in the town from a rigorous scientific perspective. He holds multiple advanced degrees. His research, when the show depicts it, involves genuinely advanced scientific concepts described with real accuracy. The show's writing staff, as established, includes multiple people with serious scientific backgrounds. Frink is not a parody of science. He is a depiction of genuine scientific intelligence in a context that systematically prevents that intelligence from being applied to anything useful. Frink's inventions routinely cause disasters. His scientific work, when it intersects with Springfield's actual problems, manages to make them worse rather than better. He is the show's running gag about science and its limits. The scientist who cannot see the human dimensions of the problems his expertise is theoretically equipped to address, who builds machines that cause the very catastrophes they were designed to prevent. But here's the detail. Frink's inventions cause disasters in ways that are conspicuously disconnected from Springfield's actual catastrophes. He does not build machines to test the contamination of the water supply. He does not apply his biological expertise to studying the morphological abnormalities in Springfield's population. He does not use his chemistry knowledge to analyze the specific compounds the plant is releasing. His science operates entirely in the domain of the spectacular and the dramatic: giant robots, teleportation devices, dimensional portals. The category of scientific endeavor that is simultaneously impressive and entirely irrelevant to the actual environmental and biological situation Springfield is living with. Frink is a scientist who is always busy. He is never idle. He is always in his lab, always working on something, always producing new inventions with new applications and new catastrophic failure modes. And he has never, in 36 years, turned his instruments toward the power plant. This is not explained within the show. There is no episode in which Frink attempts to study the plant and is prevented from doing so. No storyline in which his scientific attention is redirected away from the contamination question by institutional pressure or corporate interference. He simply doesn't study it. He never thinks to, which is, in the context of the contamination theory, either the most convenient coincidence in the show's history or a demonstration of how completely the contamination has done its work. Even Springfield's scientist, even the one person in the community with the tools to actually investigate what is happening to everyone, is so completely embedded in Springfield's managed misdirection that the investigation never begins. The scientific capacity exists in Springfield. It is just never pointed at the right target. Burns didn't need to corrupt Frink specifically. He didn't need to buy him or threaten him or redirect his research explicitly. He just needed the contamination to keep doing what contamination does to people who live inside it, and Springfield's scientist would remain as safely distracted as everyone else. Frink's inventions keep breaking things. The plant keeps running. And the one person who could connect these two facts never quite gets there. Deep dive. The specific horror of Springfield's medical community. Dr. Julius Hibbert is Springfield's primary physician. He is competent, professionally accomplished, and genuinely caring toward his patients. He is one of the show's more fully realized secondary characters, a person of real warmth whose family life, community engagement, and professional practice are depicted with enough specificity to constitute an actual person rather than a functional plot device. He is also Springfield's doctor, which means he has been treating the effects of the contamination for his entire career while not treating the contamination itself. Dr. Hibbert laughs. This is his most noted characteristic, the specific warm chuckle that accompanies his medical observations, whether those observations are reassuring or alarming. You've sustained what we call injuries consistent with surviving an explosion. Ha ha ha. The laugh is not cruel. It is the laugh of a man who has learned, through years of practicing medicine in Springfield, to maintain a kind of affectionate distance from the specificity of what he sees. Because what he sees day after day is remarkable. Patients whose healing rates are not consistent with normal human biology. A population with a uniform yellow skin tone and specific skeletal abnormalities that should, by any rigorous diagnostic framework, constitute a pattern worthy of investigation. Patients who survive traumas that his medical training has taught him are fatal, and who walk out of his facility fully recovered in timelines that violate the understood parameters of human healing. He laughs, not because he doesn't notice. He is a competent physician, he notices. But noticing within the context of Springfield's managed consensus means noticing and continuing. It means incorporating the unusual into the baseline, updating the baseline, treating the new baseline as normal, and providing care within the parameters of what the revised normal permits. Springfield's medical community has been doing this for as long as the power plant has been operating. They have recalibrated what healthy means for Springfield residents to account for the characteristics that contamination has produced. The yellow skin is not a diagnostic finding in Springfield because everyone has it. The four fingers are not a developmental anomaly in Springfield because they are universal. The healing rates that exceed medical understanding are not systematically studied because every case that comes through the door presents the same profile. The medicine of Springfield is contamination-adjusted medicine. It treats patients within the parameters of Springfield's specific biology, which is the biology of a population that has been living with chronic environmental radiation exposure for generations. And because it is calibrated to this baseline, it cannot see it. To see the contamination as contamination would require the comparison point, would require access to what Springfield's residents would look like if the contamination had never happened. And that comparison point doesn't exist within Springfield's medical practice, because every doctor who has trained in Springfield was trained against the Springfield baseline, treating Springfield patients, and the Springfield baseline is contamination adjusted from the ground up. The medicine is not corrupt. The medicine is just local. It treats Springfield the way Springfield is. And that, in its quiet, professional, warm-laughing way, is one of the most effective mechanisms in the entire system. If the doctor says you're fine, you're fine. And Dr. Hibbert, chuckling softly, says, you're fine. Deep dive. The frozen children and what they represent. Let us return, one more time, to the children. Bart Simpson has been 10 years old for 36 years. He has experienced every grade school adventure available to a 10-year-old in an American suburb. He has had every developmental crisis available to that demographic: the friendship conflicts, the authority challenges, the early encounters with failure and success, and the specific social politics of elementary school. He has, across hundreds of episodes, been fully a 10-year-old boy in every way that a television character can be. And he is still 10. Lisa has been 8 years old for 36 years. She has experienced every intellectual and emotional challenge available to a precocious 8-year-old in an American suburb. She has developed philosophically, morally, musically, socially. She has gone through more emotional growth than most fictional characters 3 times her age. She has faced the specific sadness of being too much for her context and found, repeatedly, the specific resilience that allows her to continue. And she is still 8. Maggie has been 1-year-old for 36 years. She has acquired, in that 1-year-old body with its 1-year-old limitations, the most extraordinary set of capabilities and experiences available to any character in the show's history. She has shot a billionaire. She has organized a daycare rebellion. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of most adults in the show. She has watched and learned and waited with a patience and a strategic intelligence that no 1-year-old possesses, and she is still 1. The frozen children are the most viscerally uncomfortable element of the show's temporal impossibility, because children not growing is experienced differently than adults not aging. We expect adults to maintain their general form for long periods. The years between 30 and 50 are gradual enough that friends who see each other intermittently can plausibly register no significant change. But children change fast. They are supposed to change fast. The speed of their development is one of the defining features of childhood, and anyone who has spent time with children knows it viscerally. A year with a child is not a year with an adult. They are different people at the end of it than at the beginning. The Simpson children are not different people at the end of any year. They are exactly the same people they were at the beginning. And this is supposed to be the standard animated television convention, the floating timeline, the episodic structure, the industry standard refusal to age child characters. But the show has been running for 36 years, and in those 36 years the children have not changed at all. The convention that was merely a production choice in 1989, when the show was new, has accumulated into something stranger and heavier with each passing season. Because 36 years is not the timescale of a production convention, it is the timescale of a life. Bart would be 46 years old if he had aged in real time since 1989. Lisa would be 44. Maggie would be 37. These are not children anymore. The children they were in 1989 grew up into adults somewhere outside the frame of the show, in the world that continued while the show's internal clock stopped. And what we are watching, what we have been watching for 3.5 decades, is not the children growing up. It is the preservation of the children as they were. The coma theory names this preservation explicitly. Homer's dreaming mind cannot age his children because it cannot imagine their adult forms. It can only hold the versions it last saw in the moment before the vending machine fell. But the radiation theory names it differently. The contamination has altered the biology of Springfield's children in ways that affect their development. Not aging is, in the radiation theory's framework, the most extreme form of the mutation that has already produced yellow skin and 4 fingers and bulging eyes. It is the cellular mechanism of Springfield's contamination taken to its logical extreme. A population so thoroughly altered by chronic environmental exposure that the normal processes of biological time have been suspended. They are not immortal, they are stuck. There is a specific and horrible quality to being stuck that immortality doesn't capture. Immortality, in its various fictional depictions, often retains the capacity for experience and growth while removing the capacity for biological death. You can still learn, still change, still become something you were not, even if your body remains the same. Being stuck is different. Being stuck means the growth has stopped. The becoming has stopped. Whatever you were at the moment the loop closed around you, that is what you will be. Not forever in the sense of endless experience, but forever in the sense of permanent arrest. The same age, the same grade, the same developmental stage, indefinitely. Bart has been in the 4th grade for 36 years. This is a sentence that, if you think about it for long enough, stops being a funny detail about the show's floating timeline and becomes something much more like a diagnosis. What does 36 years in the 4th grade do to a person? What does that accumulated stasis produce in the interior life of someone whose developmental process has been arrested before it could reach wherever it was going? The show doesn't ask this question. It can't ask it, because asking it would require the show to acknowledge that its own structure is, within the logic of the theories it has been quietly supporting for decades, producing something that the comedy register cannot fully contain. Bart in the fourth grade is funny. Bart in the fourth grade for 36 years is something the comedy has been protecting us from looking at directly. He is 10 years old. He will always be 10 years old. And if the theories are right about what has produced this state, whether it's the radiation or the coma or the collective denial or some combination of all of them, then the preservation of his childhood is not a gift. It is what Springfield does to the people it keeps. It keeps them. It holds them. It arrests them at the point of entry and maintains that arrest through whatever mechanisms it has available. The radiation in the water, the denial in the social consensus, the dream in the hospital bed, the couch gag in the opening credits, resetting the clock, pressing play on the same beginning for the 1,000th time. Springfield keeps its children young, and the children remain, 10 and 8 and 1 and frozen and yellow and four-fingered and beloved and preserved in the amber of 36 years of continuous broadcast, while somewhere beyond the frame, the world they were supposed to grow up into has been changing without them. The Simpson children are the most loved characters in the history of American animation, and Springfield will never let them go. Closing meditation. The light on Evergreen Terrace. It is late at night in Springfield. The Quickie Mart is open, the fluorescent lights spilling out onto the pavement of its parking lot, Apu, behind the register where he has always been. The power plant hums on the edge of town, its cooling towers exhaling into the dark air, the same breath it has been exhaling since before most of Springfield's residents were born. The light in Lisa's room is still on. She is reading or playing the saxophone very quietly, or simply awake with whatever wakefulness belongs to someone who thinks the thoughts Lisa thinks. The rest of Evergreen Terrace is dark. Homer is asleep. Marge is asleep beside him, the blue tower contained for the night, her strategic patience suspended in the specific loosening that sleep provides. Bart is asleep with whatever the day's adventures have left in him, the mischief spent for another night, the anarchic energy temporarily stilled. Maggie is awake. She is always awake in the way that the show occasionally suggests she is awake, present, watching, processing. Behind the enormous eyes and the pacifier that has been a fixture of her face since 1989, something is considering the darkness of Evergreen Terrace with the specific quality of attention that has characterized her since the first episode. The same attention that watched the shooting and understood it. The same attention that organized the daycare rebellion. The same attention that has been gathering information about Springfield and its systems and its people and its contamination and its loop for 36 years without anyone noticing because no one suspects the baby. The plant hums. The light in Lisa's room is the only light on the street. And Springfield holds itself in its particular Springfield nighttime stillness, not the stillness of peace, not the stillness of a town that has resolved its difficulties and rests easily, but the specific stillness of a loop paused between iterations. The held breath between one episode's end and the next episode's beginning. The darkness between the closing credits of one Sunday night and the opening couch gag of the next. In a hospital bed somewhere in this town, a man with a crayon in his brain and a family in his heart is dreaming. His vital signs are stable. His eyes move behind closed lids in the specific pattern of deep dream sleep. The monitor beside his bed produces its soft, regular sound. His family is on the couch. They will always be on the couch. The loop runs. The plant hums. The fluorescent light of the Quickie Mart falls on the empty parking lot. And in the quiet of Springfield's late-night hours, in the space between the comedy and the horror, in the specific atmosphere produced by 3.5 decades of yellow skin and contaminated water and managed institutional failure and collective denial, the town breathes. In and out, the way it has always breathed, the way it will always breathe, until the dream ends. And the dream is not ending tonight. Tonight Springfield is here, and so are you. And, final editions, 4 more deep dives. Deep dive. Burns and the etymology of evil, how he became what he is. There is an episode in which a young Charles Montgomery Burns is depicted. Not a flashback, in the way the show typically handles flashbacks, not the adult character placed in a historical context, not the floating timeline's usual trick of inserting the familiar face into an unfamiliar era. This is a genuinely young Burns, a child, a boy. He was good. The show establishes this carefully and without irony. Before the plant and the grudges and the century of accumulated ruthlessness, before the radiation treatments and the disease equilibrium and the glowing body that wanders through the forest after weekly maintenance, there was a child who was ordinary, who had warmth in him, who was capable of the same basic human goodness that appears in children before the world has finished shaping them. Burns's origin story involves wealth so extreme and a family so cold that the warmth was never protected, never nurtured, never given the specific conditions it needs to persist. The extraordinary resources of the Burns dynasty produced, paradoxically, an extraordinary deprivation of the ordinary human things that children need. The servants and the manner and the social distance of the fabulously wealthy are not compatible with the kind of ordinary human development that produces adults capable of connection. Burns grew up surrounded by every material thing and isolated from the human things. And by the time the show's present found him, by the time the long arc of his life had arrived at the Springfield of Homer Simpson and Sector 7G and 342 safety violations, what the isolation had produced was visible in every scene. He doesn't understand people. Not in the way that a villain typically doesn't understand people, not the cartoon evil failure of empathy that depicts evil as simply an absence of human feeling. Burns's incomprehension of people is more specific and more interesting than that. He is aware of human feeling. He has observed it extensively across a very long life. He knows it exists. He has encountered it in others, has occasionally been moved by it in ways the show acknowledges, has experienced something adjacent to it when the show's plot requires. He simply cannot access the understanding that allows other people to operate within human communities as something other than a manager. He relates to people the way he relates to the plant, as systems to be maintained, incentivized, occasionally punished, always controlled. Not because he is incapable of feeling, but because the human apparatus for translating feeling into relational understanding was never properly developed. He was a good boy. The plant made him something else. Not the Springfield nuclear plant specifically, he owned the plant before the plant owned him. But the long immersion in the specific world that the Burns dynasty inhabited, the world of power and isolation and the specific corruption that absolute power produces over sufficient time, performed on a human nervous system what the radiation performs on biological tissue. Gradual, cumulative, invisible, until the damage is total. Burns is not evil because he was born evil. He is evil because the system that produced him was evil, and he had the specific misfortune of being the person at its center for long enough that the system became him. He was a good boy. This is the detail you have to keep hold of, because it is the detail that makes everything else about Burns more terrible rather than less. If he had always been monstrous, the horror would be simpler. A monster doing monstrous things in a monstrous way, driven by an essentially alien motivation. But a good boy who became this, a child who had warmth in him and lost it to the specific conditions of a life spent at the top of a system that requires the surrender of ordinary human feeling as the price of admission. This is a different and more disturbing kind of horror, because it is a horror that has a mechanism, and mechanisms repeat. The Burns dynasty did not produce one Burns. It produced generations of them. Each generation receiving the fortune and the isolation and the specific conditions that convert a good child into something else, each generation passing those conditions to the next. The plant keeps running because Burns keeps running it. Burns keeps running it because the dynasty keeps producing Burns. The dynasty keeps producing Burns because the conditions that produce Burns have been in place for longer than the town of Springfield has existed. Springfield is not the origin of this. Springfield is the latest iteration. Deep dive. The sound of Springfield, what the show's music is doing. The Simpsons has one of the most recognizable television theme songs in history. Danny Elfman's composition, the specific opening notes, the building orchestration, the triumphant swell that accompanies the couch gag's resolution has been heard by more people more times than almost any other piece of composed television music. It is, in its structure, a piece of music designed to produce comfort. It is warm, slightly quirky, energetically forward-moving. It promises that what you are about to watch will be entertaining, will be strange in a familiar way, will deliver the specific tonal promise of the Simpsons aesthetic. But underneath the theme, buried in the orchestration, there is something else. Elfman's composition includes a counter melody that runs against the main theme, a lower, slightly ominous figure that the prominent brass and woodwind lines cover but don't entirely conceal. If you listen for it specifically, it is always there, threading through the composition below the more prominent melodic material. This counter melody doesn't have a name. It isn't referenced in discussions of the theme, but its presence is consistent, and its tone is, if you're in the right frame of mind to receive it, specifically discordant with the surface cheerfulness of the main theme. It sounds like something is wrong, not dramatically wrong, not the kind of wrong that demands immediate attention. The quiet, persistent, slightly below threshold wrong of a thing that has been part of the environment for so long that it is only audible when you specifically listen for it. The Simpsons theme has been telling you something is wrong in Springfield for 36 years. In the bass register, below the comfortable melody, available if you listen, the same way everything else in Springfield is available if you look. If you step back far enough, if you allow the familiar distance to collapse for a moment and see what's actually there, the show's incidental music also does something specific. Alf Clausen, who composed the bulk of the show's episodic score through its first 27 seasons, created a sonic landscape for Springfield that operates by a precise and rarely articulated rule. The music always tells the emotional truth of the scene, even when the dialogue and the visual comedy are covering it. Homer sustains an injury that should be fatal. The comedy register is in full operation, the visual gag is working, the timing is right, the audience laughs. And underneath it, in the music, there is a note of something different. Not sadness, not exactly, but a quality that the comedy doesn't fully cover. A sonic acknowledgement that what just happened to this person, whatever the joke made of it, was in some register of reality not funny at all. Lisa plays the saxophone. The scene might be brief 30 seconds of the camera finding her in the Springfield evening, a single shot before the next plot development. And the music, rather than underlining the scene with obvious emotional cueing, does something more delicate. It provides a harmonic context that deepens the saxophone's sound, that takes what Lisa is playing and adds the specific resonance of understanding to it. The music hears her, even when no one else in Springfield does. This is what the show's music has been doing for 36 years. In the space between the jokes and underneath the familiar theme, it has been the show's honest register, the place where the feelings that the comedy keeps at managed distance are allowed to exist. You can watch the show for laughs. Most people do. Most people have. But if you listen to the music, you hear everything the show knows and won't quite say. Deep dive. The recurring stranger every outside observer who comes to Springfield and what they see. Springfield has, across its run, received a specific category of visitor, the outside observer who arrives in the community with a perspective uncorrupted by Springfield's ambient normalization, who sees clearly what the permanent residents have stopped being able to see, and who is then either absorbed into the community's consensus or expelled from it. The clearest example is the real Seymour Skinner, the war veteran whose identity Armin Tamzarian stole. He arrived with the facts. He had the proof. He was the actual person, standing in front of a community that had been living with a substitute for 20 years, and Springfield expelled him. The truth was physically removed from the community on a train, and speaking his name was made illegal. But there are others. The various FBI agents and federal investigators who have periodically appeared in Springfield, drawn by some event significant enough to justify federal attention. They arrive. They are competent, or at least plausibly competent, in ways that the Springfield Police Department is not. They have access to resources and jurisdictions and investigative methodologies that Chief Wiggum cannot match. They should, in principle, be able to see what the local law enforcement cannot or will not see. They consistently fail to produce any lasting change. The investigations conclude. The outside authorities return to wherever they came from. And Springfield continues, unchanged, having briefly been in contact with the external world's systems of accountability, and having emerged from that contact without any of the accountability sticking. This happens too consistently to be attributed to individual investigative failure. The pattern across dozens of episodes is the same. Outside observer arrives. outside observer is briefly more perceptive than the locals, outside observer is ultimately neutralized by the specific qualities of the Springfield environment, the ambient contamination of the town's cognitive atmosphere, the social consensus that manages what is visible and what is not, the sheer accumulated weight of decades of managed normality that makes deviation from it feel like the aberration rather than the norm. Springfield normalizes the outside observer, or it removes them. There is no middle path. The celebrities who visit Springfield are absorbed into its social world and emerge from the far side of their visit having become, briefly, Springfield characters. The politicians who come for photo opportunities find themselves navigating the same dynamics they were supposed to be evaluating. The journalists who arrive to cover Springfield's periodic crises invariably produce stories that capture the surface of the crisis without penetrating to its underlying causes. Springfield has been visited by the external world many times. It has never been changed by those visits, because the contamination is not an event. It is not a crisis that can be resolved by an investigative report or a federal intervention or a political scandal. It is the ambient condition of the place. It is what Springfield is. And changing what Springfield is would require changing everything that produces Springfield: the plant, the economy, the institutional structures, the social consensus, the specific quality of managed insufficiency that keeps everyone in their place. No outside observer has ever stayed long enough or looked deeply enough to see all of that. And the ones who came closest are the ones Springfield removed most effectively. The real Seymour Skinner is on a train somewhere, still heading away from Springfield. Still not allowed to return. He was the most threatening outside observer in the show's history, because he wasn't an investigator or a journalist or a federal agent with a limited mandate. He was a person who had a legitimate claim to a life in Springfield, who had the right to be there, whose presence was not a temporary external examination but a permanent proposed addition to the community. Springfield couldn't manage that, couldn't absorb it, couldn't neutralize it without removing it. So they put it on a train, and they made it illegal to remember it. And Springfield continued. Deep dive. What we owe Springfield: the ethics of the audience. We have been watching. For 36 years, across nearly 800 episodes, we have been the audience for everything we've examined tonight. We have watched the contamination and the institutional failure and the cognitive damage and the loop. We have laughed at Homer's pratfalls and Lisa's moral frustrations and Bart's anarchic creativity and Maggie's knowing silence. We have sat with Marge in her patient endurance. We have encountered Burns's impossible immortality and Sideshow Bob's frustrated genius and Barney's destruction and Ned's programmed goodness. We have been there for all of it. And the question this raises, the ethical question that the show's 36 years has been slowly building toward, is what, if anything, we owe Springfield for having watched. This sounds abstract, but it is actually very concrete. When we watch Springfield and recognize it as a portrait of America, when we absorb the contaminated water and the corrupt billionaire and the underfunded school and the police that protects the arrangement and the church that cashes, the checks we are receiving information about the world we actually live in. Information delivered through the specific distancing mechanism of comedy and animation, which makes it bearable, which makes it something we can look at every Sunday night without the weight of it becoming intolerable. The show gave us a way to see something true about our world. What we do with what we see is our responsibility, not the show's. The Simpsons has been telling us about the yellow skin for 36 years. It has been showing us the cracked cooling towers and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish and the safety inspector who sleeps through meltdown warnings. It has been depicting the school and the police and the church and the economy of Springfield with a precision and a consistency that makes the picture unmistakable to anyone who looks at it long enough and clearly enough. The show has done its job. The audience's job is something the show cannot do for us. And the audience's job is exactly the thing that Springfield's residents cannot do, by virtue of being inside the contamination zone, unable to see the yellow of their own skin because they have never seen skin that is not yellow. We are not inside the contamination zone. We are watching it. We have the distance that Springfield's residents lack. We have the comparison point. We know what skin looks like when it's not yellow because we see it every time we look away from the screen. We know what four fingers should be because we have 5. We know what a fish without a third eye looks like because the world outside Springfield has them. We can see it. Whether we choose to look is a different question, And it is the question the show has always been building toward in its quiet, patient, 36-year way. Springfield is a mirror, and the mirror has been showing us something. The plant is on our skyline too. The water has been running through our pipes. The institution that was supposed to serve us has been serving someone else. And we have been watching the couch gag and laughing at the pratfall and coming home to Evergreen Terrace every Sunday night because home is where you go when the real world is too much. The show gave us Springfield. What we gave the show, what we have been giving it for 36 years, is our attention, our presence, our willingness to sit in the specific discomfort of recognition and keep watching anyway. That is not nothing. That is, in the specific economy of things that matter, something significant. We saw the yellow skin, we stayed anyway, because the family was still there, because the couch was still waiting, because Lisa was still playing the saxophone in the Springfield evening, and the music was too honest to look away from, and Bart was still 10, and Maggie was still 1, and Homer was still finding his way home from whatever the episode had sent him through. Because the dream is beautiful, even knowing it is a dream. One last thing. The very last frame of every Simpsons episode is the same. Not the couch gag that opens the show, the closing frame. After the credits, after the Gracie film production card, and the 20th Century Fox fanfare, in the earliest seasons there was a specific choice about how to end the episode. Not dramatically, not with a final scene that resolves the narrative. The show ends the way it always ends, with Springfield continuing, with the world of Evergreen Terrace persisting into the next moment, and the one after that. The show doesn't end, it pauses. The credits roll, and the music plays, and the specific Springfield evening that the episode has been building toward is there in the final moments. The house, the street, the plant on the horizon, the television glow from the living room window, and then the screen goes dark. But the lights are still on in Springfield. They were on before you arrived, and they will be on after you leave. And, in the particular darkness of the screen after the episode ends, somewhere in the space between the fiction and the real, the loop is already beginning again. Homer is already in the plant. Lisa is already at her desk. Bart is already on the edge of the next disaster. Marge is already making it manageable. Maggie is already watching. Springfield is already Springfield. It was Springfield before you got here. It will be Springfield when you're gone. And if you need to come back whenever the real world is too much and the familiar light of Evergreen Terrace is what you need, it will be here. Same house, same street, same family, same loop, same yellow skin in the same impossible town on no particular map. Home. Good night.